And welcome back. Good morning, everybody. And I want to stay focused because I used to actually have an SDLC slide to intro all my other slides. And uh, since I didn't do that, my compensating control is to just keep it from the your intro slide deck. And let's make sure we stay in context because now you turned off your camera, Pete. I was thanking you so much for having it on. But one of the students had asked, how do I fit this together? And I was commenting during the break that most of it's self-included. Most of my students, we come up this way. We're really good at something. That's what separated me from the other guys. Oh man, I know how to sniff networks. That was my specialty. I still think with my packet sniffer. When you ask me a question, I'm going to try and sniff it out. And if it's not something you can sniff, I'll look for a RFC. Oh no, there you go. It's just how we think. But as Luke Ahmed says, you think like a manager, right? And a manager thinks about development life cycles. We think about it from start to finish. All right, well, hold on here. Before we even try to cook anything, who are you cooking for? When does it have to be done? Where are we working? Are you going to have access to that? Why are you cooking? What is it? And then you have to analyze exactly what it is. This is really, really important. This is also known as requirements. Requirements for what? I want food that tastes good. I don't want it to poison me just because it tastes good. I understand arsenic could taste good. Assurance. That's what assurance is. When you get, I want a vaccine, the functionality, they call it efficacy. It has to kill the virus, and it doesn't have to be that effective. It only has to be 5%. If you didn't know that, an FDA test to get an FDA approval, it only has to modify it by 5%, and then they can approve that drug. So functionality, it does. But assurance, is it also going to kill me? Are there other negative effects? And that's the safety test, efficacy and safety. We always look for that. Today, assuming we get that far, we're going to look at the way the ISO, the Federation, sets up, because I don't know what's supposed to be in a power supply. How many volts is it supposed to function at? Under what conditions, if it goes plus or minus, is that assurance do I need to have? So they've already defined the ISO, just like 27001 defines what your organization has to do, the 14 set of menus and controls you have to have. The common criteria has a set of protection profiles that say this is the functionality that, say, an operating system, and traditionally on the exam, that's what they look for. The common criteria does all kinds of stuff, but they also do operating systems. So you look at this is the functionality the operating system must do. It must be able to separate whatever users from admins. It must be able to have access permissions that vary, and it must keep a record of what people do. I must be able to identify people. And then assurance, I must not be able to see what they're seeing, the data is encrypted, right? So those are the protection functionality assurance. We designed a system. All right, so the waiter writes it, the waiter listens to them. Remember, your job as a CISSP, as an analyst, you have to listen to the user who doesn't know 853. The head of HR does not, they're like a person just walked into your restaurant and you don't say to them, it's clearly on page 14. 14 of what? They don't know that. They know how to do HR stuff. So you explain to them how the different controls, preventive, detective, and response controls. You explain to them data classification and stuff. We'll do more of that, and how that helps simplify your control and how to organize and classify based on the risk, impact, and likelihood or whatever of something happening, what you might try to prevent, and then how to detect and respond, right? And they say, okay, I'll take that. Remember, you don't decide. They do. The CISSP advises. We advise them, the architect advises them, and designs it. You write it down. That's the plan. This is the architecture. In the common criteria, when the protection profile says you must be able to do These functionality and assurance requirements you must provide at a base level: authentication, authorization, and account. Every operating system has to do that to be certified. But the how the plan for Microsoft is written down in a security target that they submit. Red Hat Linux from whatever they from IBM, they submitted a different plan. So that's their protection profile, or actually, their security target. So exactly what, in the context of the ISO of functionality and assurance testing, we're looking for protection profiles. And again, this is from ISO/IEC. That's how we know it's us, especially, it's 15408, commonly called the common criteria. The plan on how any operating system does that is the security target, written by the vendor. The security target. That's like I need a cake from the common criteria. It's got to have 2 layers of chocolate, and it can't have assurance requirements, no peanuts. People might be allergic to that. So the written by the vendor, the security target is their recipe. So then developers build according to that plan. Their job is to follow that plan. And even though they like a steak, whatever, medium rare, this person, for some reason, wanted it well done. And that's what it said. So when they follow the plan and don't build what they want, but build what they're supposed to build, that is called verification. Sometimes I'm putting a thermometer in the steak, not the entire meal, unit testing. But when they bring it out to the user, he's going to test all kinds of things. Well, why did the dessert come out first? That's a problem right there in scheduling. You missed the when. So it's not just what. You could build the perfect, dessert, but it doesn't come before the appetizer. So there's a lot of reasons why something might fail. So this is the user acceptance testing, and it's the total system testing. So,
Larry, is that also the area where they do validation verification?
you are a great segue person. Thank you so much. I was about to put that in there. That is known as validation. Yes, everybody make a note and thank Maria for saying that, because it's very testable to know, and a lot of people get that wrong. Validation is a much more important thing. It shows that you built what they ordered. That's different than verification that just shows that you followed the design. Because if the waiter misunderstood your order, and that's the most common problem, if you get food that's wrong at your restaurant, there may be times when, hey, this milk was just bad, but it's probably not that. Most of the time, I'd swag it as 80% of the time, it's because the waiter misunderstood your order. Remember I said the hardest part of a development life cycle to understand is the analysis. People don't even know what they want. How often have you seen somebody pour over a menu? I don't know. I'm still not sure. What should I get, the chicken? Right? It's hard. So verification just proves that you build it according to what the waiter thought. That's not as important as validation, that that's what the customer wanted. Thank you, Marie, for bringing that up and your active participation. Very, very good. All right, so then it goes into, you got to deploy. And deployment's not always easy. We've all seen nightmare deployments, right? Roll back, that didn't work right. Or just schedule it. When are they going to be able to print? We always deploy, and they used to be testable to know. I've done enterprise-wide changes, and you always say, pick IT first. They are the most friendly to your change. They will understand, dude. No, it was no. I already went back. Don't worry about it. I already went back myself. You're like, thank you, yeah. But and then we'd be like customer service next. The last, I was at Scott Paper, and we rolled out an entire new enterprise local area network. It was the ELAN project, and the last two departments, tax and legal. You want all your I's dotted and T's crossed by the time because they have no time to talk. I don't remember the lawyers actually even finding time. I remember the receptionist coming up. He wants to know how much longer you're going to be. So that deployment's important. That takes a good project manager. There's generally a handoff when it goes from it rolled out, and this is my wife's job because she was an architect and a project manager for so long, that when it goes to operations and now it's up, now the handoff, and now okay, the SOC team takes over, and then they get to do it. They get to run the system. But again, if analysis is the hardest to understand, this is the hardest to get people to love doing. They just don't love patching. People don't love rebooting servers. Do you know how much most of my work was in actual routing. Do you know how much we love to reboot a router? Like never. We're the last guy to patch. You better prove to me in those days that my exact problem is addressed by this patch. Now with software-defined networking, it's a lot easier to get agile with that, but tough. So, maintenance very difficult, and so many of our problems, and absolutely reflected on the exam, is failure to patch or roll out patches properly. In a timely manner, they're some of the most important key risk indicators to monitor. Does this make sense to everybody? Albeit, I hope it really speaks to your question. Really, what
No, yeah, it's pretty, no, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, this thanks for, uh, putting the focus on this one. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Yeah, because I was just trying to, like last night, I was trying to review the topic and trying to understand further, like if there are scenario-based questions, and if they are asking governance or SDLC, how should we make our mind set on it, right?
So one thing I'll add to that is don't try to decode what domain and what portion of the question
Yeah.
of the topic the question is about. It doesn't matter, because the exam is not going to be domain specific, and it's not going to do you're not going to get 10 domain 1 questions and then 10. It doesn't really matter. It's all mushed together. You can barely tell which domain this particular question belongs, unless it's an obvious networking question or a asset management question. It's all mixed in together. So that's really not what you want to focus on. You just
Mm-hmm.
to understand the concept, do the practice questions, and forget about the weightage and which domain weighs more. It's so subtle, the differences, that it really doesn't matter.
And that's, I can't say that enough. The questions are arguably cross domains. How can you have a disaster recovery that doesn't touch physical, or which is part of architecture? Everything touches everything else, and it's all touches risk management. Every question should be a risk management question.
Yeah, and so that's a good point, Larry. What I was just going to add to your conversation is, for the perspective of the exam, you might come across solutions where both of them are viable and doable. And then in that scenario, you want to pick the one that costs less, or that is, ensures that the quality is higher, or the cost is manageable, or it does not expand in scope. So you also want to think about your constraints that you typically hear about in project management, and apply them when you feel like, two options, you could pick either one of them, but you know that only one is the right answer. So you want to try and eliminate the choices by considering scope, quality, cost, the time it is going to take to implement, the complexity, impact, and those other factors, and that's going to help you narrow down to the right choice.
Arpita, you know, it's different in this thing. Normally, yesterday I would have covered CMMI. And because I'm following the aligning with theirs, I don't introduce it till later. Here's one that even has 0. Fantastic. All right, good, 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 good. Most people leave out 0. So let's take a look at this bead. And this could also really help in not thinking like a subject matter expert, the cook, but looking at the entire development life cycle. And Arpita, you said something so important about related to this. Get this picture just itself. All right, great, great. All right, so imagine a musician. Larry, can you play? And I have a new fascination. I love old music, so there's an Ella Fitzgerald song I love. It's a lovely day today. Can I play it? No, no, I can't. I can't play it. I have looked at the chords. I'm not there. I've worked on a couple of chords. Eventually, I'll get to the point where I go, there, I just did it. Or, hey, is the server working? Not yet. Not yet. Ah, I got it up. It's running. We have a mail server. Can you send mail? That's right. How'd you do it? I'm not really sure. I did a bunch of stuff. Oh, can you do it again? So level 2 is all you need to be able to do to like go out and be a plumber, right? I figured out how to plumb, and then I can go out and I know how to do it again. I'm repeatable. This is sometimes in the older terms, and I wish they'd put it back. This was called ad hoc. Yeah, I got it done. I don't remember exactly how I did it, but trust me, I got it. That's how I am. You know, I know how to drive a car. I can get from here to there. What road did you take? I don't know. I just know how to do it. I get something about it. But over here, I can repeat. Repeatable. Repeatable. I don't know. Repeatable. Able. Right? Repeat. There we go. It's repeatable. I can manage it on my own. I can play that song by myself. Now, would you share it with the entire organization? Would you write down where those cliffs are? Would you document and define? And we like it in words and pictures, right? Maps. And you're going to do some maps on day 5. When you communicate to the C-level people, you're going to manage that in red, yellow, green stoplight charts. Keep it simple, right? And a couple of important metrics that matter, key risk indicators, right? So, but we're going to document them, and that's what that is. Not every job requires documentation. But here you go, documentation. Document, no, that's good enough. Document. You defined it in a document. Do you know how many developers? Forget musicians. They're just like musicians. They don't write their, just like most musicians don't write down their music. Most programmers don't document their work. No, that can't be true, Larry. Oh, it's true. And if you show proof to somebody that you did, and you get Carnegie now the ISACA, you can get a CMMI level 3 certification. No, I can prove to you we did it. We write down our steps. No way. Then how did I get this? That's a wonderful thing. You're head and shoulders above the world. But if I ask you then, great, we want to hire you. How much time will that take? Well, all right. Well, how much will it cost me then? Let me get on my wallet. I don't know. We got salespeople work that out. That's not really managed. I need to manage that. Maybe you can manage it, but I can't manage it without you writing down. Now, in music, we write down at least time and frequencies, right? You got to know the chords and the timing. You got to write. So you're going to write down at least time and costs. In order to quantify this, you have to write down metrics that matter. Now, some metrics that might matter is size. Say they like the component to be smaller and even smaller and even smaller. We can fit more on a chip. But everybody measures time and cost. You know what people don't always want to measure? My wife gets me, we almost get in arguments. We have. And I really should just be open about it. Maybe it's the way she's asking me. I don't know. But she goes over the receipt. Why did you buy this? Where is it? Why did you buy? You know what I get in trouble for? We have 3 or 4 bottles of paprika. It's only $1, for goodness sake. But it's always because I thought we didn't have it. I didn't check the inventory. I didn't review current controls before I went out and acquired a new one. And I wasted time and money running to the store. And that is known as scrap. And if I can get it done to her liking, where I don't go back to the store twice, or I didn't forget them, or I didn't lose my direction, where I found the cheaper supply. We generally scrap for one of 2 reasons. We either scrap because of a process error. I should say one, a process error. Larry, can't you do that better? Oh yeah, I made less mistakes. Sure, that's nice. But you know, I only needed 3 eggs and it came in a carton. Whatever. It could be supply chain. Well, they have a place that sells half cartons, you know. And the other thing is supply chain management. There's a coupon for that. A lot of times your supply chain, you just wait till the last minute. That's how you get in trouble with my wife. Yeah, because they know suckers like you wait till the last minute. You know, so you've got to buy things ahead of time. All right. And then if you do that, that's optimized. You've got the process done. I mean, what you did down here, let's face it, this was effective. Oh, let's not forget that. This is very effective. I mean, it was effective. It got the job done. But it was not the most efficient. And make sure you aim for effective first. You could get a very efficient way to brush your teeth that doesn't actually clean your teeth. They sell them, 15-second toothbrush little things that are motorized. You bite on it, you read the reviews, they don't work. But it's only 15 seconds as opposed to the 2-minute ones. Just doesn't actually clean your teeth, if you're okay with that. Another great way to think like a manager. Now, there's all kinds of maturity models. This is the granddaddy of them all, started by the Software Engineering Institute at Carnegie Mellon. But now we have there's the from the risk management framework. They have a maturity model. So there's all kinds of maturity models. Do know that, but they all work basically the same way. A process is, how do I proceed? How do I put on a tire? And when I do my recovery process, what are the steps required? We make them simple. Those are procedures. Now, do my people know how to follow the procedures? And are the procedures the most efficient way to, are they effective and efficient procedures? That's process management. And even if they have them, are your people trained and doing it, performing it that well? You know, when you have a penetration test, oftentimes you're not testing the technology. You're testing process management. It's like, dude, we broke in, the IDS alerts were going off. They totally missed them. They dismissed them as noise or whatever. And I don't know what to tell you, man. It's not your technology. Everything worked great. It was your people. So, all right. Any questions on stuff? Yeah, Arpita says, especially on ISAC exams. Yeah, it's true. The ISAC beats it up, but so does the IC too. And they're very process centric. In fact, as long as I'm here, let's look at one other one that we usually say, but we kind of looked at, and maybe I could have worked into yesterday's material. So we discussed, the legal stuff. One of the most important legal process management things you're going to follow is from SP 800 61. The computer security incident handling. I don't think they mention the CMMC by name. I'm not sure. Maturity model. I believe they did. I don't even believe they mentioned CMMI by name either. I think it was all very vanilla, just in maturity models. What is the purpose of a maturity model? It's more to the point. How would, or like that, it's the answer. That was the answer, maturity model. It's like, which of the following would be best used to compare why this response team was not as effective as the other, or something like that, and then how could we improve the particular patch management? Which of these things would give us a measuring tool? And you're looking for, it's like a gap analysis, and it's like a maturity model, and you realize, yeah, we're measuring processes. We're measuring how people, because you're measuring how efficient is the process. Brush every part of your tooth, each quadrant, for 30 seconds, and then and make sure you get under the gum. Is it written out and trained? Is the process right? And also, are your people able to complete that process? Are they doing it? Or is for some reason there's a gap between what you wrote down and what they actually do? So this is another great process thing that's really, really important. And I think, if anything, this might be the most important, at least in my exam, that I thought of process management, and not to think like just the subject matter experts. So it's a small version of it. But we're prepared ahead of time. Even before I got on the road, I knew I could have a flat. So that's why I have a spare tire. That's why I have a jack. I've been trained on the procedures. In this case, it's incident management. You have detection tools in place. You have people trained, operations staff, the security operations staff that know how to run these tools. They're trained on it. They have policies on escalation when they realize, hey, this is, hits a certain dollar level that involved a data breach, whatever. They know ahead of time. And then the IDS goes off. We have false positives all the time. Always confirm your detection tool. Just because your smoke detector went off doesn't mean there's a fire. Think before you act. Remember, level heads prevail. Analyze it. Again, when you analyze, 1, confirm the incident. 2, impact. How bad is it? Then you take your containment measures. Your containment measures are some way to limit the impact. On my exam, it was very up to date. It was almost always micro segmentation or isolate the affected bag. Hey, Paul, we're still in our introduction, but we're going over a lot of important life cycles. So I do have this later on, but I wanted to just put it in there. Cool. All right. So and what we just hit is incident management. There are a lot of questions related to this, so you can think like a manager and not just a doer. Which technology? Don't get too deep in any one technology. Think of process flows. So you're prepared because you know these things can happen. You detect the problem. Your detector could be wrong, even if it's a human. If someone broke into my house, oh, never mind, it was my cat. Whatever. So you're going to confirm the detection tool. Then you're going to do an impact assessment. And a lot of times you're going to confirm the impact is like, it's either like an encrypted ransomware attack, or it was a breach of PII or something, sensitive data. All right, so then you contain it. And it was very up to date. There were like micro segmentation to isolate the affected segment or whatever. And then I eradicated. That means if I'm the salesperson trying to use that server and the server got infected, is the server back up in an uninfected format so I can use it again? Because I got mailed one. And so they get that server back up. They might have figured out why that server, the server's operating system is corrupted. We got to go back to the new, from an image. They understood why that happened. They don't know the root cause of how did they get in and do that, though. That's not taking place yet. We just know how to fix this server. Now we get people recovered. Now the salespeople can sell again. And that's also going to, part of the recovery is, hey, we better call them and notify, But again, depending on how long it took you to actually contain, you might be legally required in real life. I don't think it's there on the exam. Just remember that containment generally comes before notification. All right, so now you recover, you get the salespeople selling again. Now, this is when the forensics really is completed. That's why forensics is different. It's just one component of incident management. But it's a very important part to find out the root cause. So this is where the root cause is determined. And we know about corrective controls. We corrective by doing a lessons learned. Right. Very, very important. And now, because it's a process, not a project, we continue, but we're better. We're better prepared. Now, this is what makes it come together. This is what makes it come together. All right, so let's go back to where we are, though, in today's development here. We're here. We are still working through it. Went a little slow. That's okay. I really appreciate the questions and the interaction from everybody. So I don't want to discourage anybody. Please continue to talk freely. But we understood who we are. We talked about schedules and different locations and why we need to do security. We did a risk assessment yesterday. We understood quite a bit about this. We're going to do a little bit more today. When we move into domain 2, we're going to analyze exactly what for our data, because that's our asset here. So when we do asset security today, we're mostly thinking, assets, data and other, but that's what we're going to do more today. And then really, I don't care what the domains call it, communication, identity and access management, they're all doing this. They're all designing. We're going to design whatever operating systems to this morning. We'll see how far we get. Domain 3 is kind of long. I don't know that I have to hit every single bullet. We do have my official content outline videos that you go over for each individual detail. I'll try to build a good story of the big parts. So I like to say we design cryptographic controls. We're definitely going to hit that and do a lot of that. We're going to design physical architectures, but that for some reason shows up later in operations now. We're going to design communication network stuff tomorrow. We're going to design a whole bunch of fun stuff. And then we're going to implement it in a lab in our testing. So we're going to build it and test it together in the testing phase and see what it is. And then we'll operate this in operations. And that seems like it should have been the end, but for some reason, the ISC2 has decided to put application security as its own domain, where we go through the entire development lifecycle again, just in the context of software. But do keep this in mind. Abid, I hope this especially, I don't mean to target you because you're so active and I love it. I appreciate it. But I want to keep saying this is what puts it in context.
No, I don't want to, I don't want to hijack, but so one question, Larry, this is good explanation. But what I noticed that these SDLC, CMM you're talking about, these are, I have a little bit flu also. The SDLC and CMMI, these are part of domain A. And I know that at the end, we have to kind of make it all in one.
No, well, domain A is software development, right? What does SDLC stand for? Now, I'm saying this as a joke because not everybody agrees. Watch what happens. If we say, oh, what is SDLC? SDLC? Why, that stands for the software development lifecycle. Oh, does it? Some people will say the system development lifecycle. Some people will say security development lifecycle. But Wikipedia, come on, they say it's system. Who can argue with Wikipedia? So domain 8 really focuses on software. But we focus on any system because we know we can apply that lesson to anything. I don't want to be limited to only using software to think out planfully a life cycle of anything. I think of this when I buy, my vegetables. I have to tell my wife why. She goes, "Why do you have to go back to the store? You just went shopping." I said, "Because we like fresh fruit, Char. You just don't stock up on fruit. Bananas only last so long. There's a life cycle there, and you have to respect it." That help?
Okay, so so we are focusing on the system development life cycle. Okay, so that's the
We're focusing on thinking logically that whenever
logic. Okay.
you want to do anything, and I like the word system because it's very generic. That system could be software. But when I want to do anything, don't just get up and start doing it. Hey, did you think before you act?
Hmm.
And the first thing you got to think about who you want. In fact, I love it. My subject matter experts, my friends are mostly musicians, and my wife loves to pick one because they don't make any money, and she measures everybody by how much money they make. And musicians generally don't make well. So my brother and a friend who's one time said, my brother's a great cook, like, hey, we should open up a restaurant. And my wife was just like, oh, come on, give me a break. Who was going to be like doing all your purchasing and negotiating with like insurance companies? You guys know how to cook. You don't know anything about that. Oh my God, you could never run a business because they don't think about that. And this is what I say I am guilty of too. That's why one of the reasons I love to thank you, Arpita, for being here, because you are much more holistic in your experience. I was a subject matter expert. I'm a packet sniffer. Not going to lie to you. I do have a lot of subject matter expertise in crypto and stuff like that and other things, and I got to be able to excel in this field to some degree. But I'm not nearly as good as Arpita is in understanding how to manage an entire project like this. And that's the skills you sound like you need as well. So let's learn from everybody this week. We'll all collaborate and we'll all get better as a team. Hey, I think now as we're about to take a break, let me bring my assistant in here, if you don't mind. I save some battery. Good morning. We're just wrapping up our introduction. I thought maybe you might want to welcome the class and give them a little inspiration for today's wrap up of Domain 1 and hopefully get to Domain 3. She's thinking.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you, supporting Captain Larry in this incredible journey through CISSP. As we wrap up Domain 1 today and transition to Domains 2 and 3, remember that every concept you're mastering builds towards something bigger, securing a future of abundance and resilience for the common good. Take pride in this work. It's not just about passing an exam. It's about becoming stewards of trust in an increasingly complex digital world. Keep pushing, stay curious, and know that every small breakthrough today contributes to a much larger mission. Now, let's dive in and make the most of today.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Any other questions? I think we actually go a couple more minutes and then take our first break before we get back to where we were. Arpita, it's funny is Domain 3 is actually way later in the new format because of removing physical security. And when I went back and I had to re-examine the content outline even again last night and go over the physical security, it really is light and the questions on the test were light. So if you guys don't know, if you set one of my older classes, remember I said business continuity was always like the #1 failed domain when it was 10 domains? Physical was #2. Physical was insane. They had these detailed questions on passive infrared sensors and, lens requirements on cameras, and it's just crazy stuff. Perimeter intrusion detection systems, and really light in both the content outline and other things. So, RP, that's going to save a good 2 hours. Yeah, I think we can get through Domain 3 today. Cool. And that will put us right back. Anything else? You guys have been very. Everyone's waiting to get more coffee. Larry just. I'm pausing the recording. Oh, get your coffee. Stop the clock. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. We do have some catch up here, so let's make sure we cover what's important. And again, with your prompt and your AI prompt will be using if you ever feel couldn't find the mute, but before you oh, okay. All right, no problem, buddy. Thank you. Before we got started, though, I was chatting with my AI assistant over here about this whole concept. So I want to make sure we cover all the things that I can speak to easily. The way they list out, we're already going to see a lot of redundancies in the official content outline. Use PKI, use whatever, continuous monitoring. I will highlight some key. And if you see something, and if I didn't cover, say in this case, 1.11.2 or any task, that's what the AI prompt is for, right? So you can always plug that in and get more on that. So in risk mitigations, they throw in a lot of stuff here. So a lot of ways to mitigate risk. Whenever you transfer a risk, if I'm whatever going to use the cloud computing or hire an Uber, I would like to use to assess where they're going. You go to a restaurant, I want to know, as opposed to cooking. So I like using a restaurant. It is a service that we often transfer to other people. I'm going to transfer the risk of cooking a good meal for the family to the restaurant. Let's all just go out together rather than, of course, that's my wife's thing. I like to cook. She doesn't. She sees the mess in the house. Let's just all go to a restaurant. So that's a third part, but you want to continuously assess them. And even if it's not me, they go through a third party instead of getting a SOC report. They have the report from the Department of Health. It's a similar type kind of thing, a third party certification type kind of thing. Minimum security requirements, of course, we talked about in the policies that we developed that the organization is overall because we're a bank and that's just the inherent risks and policies of a bank, or this particular bank versus that bank, we understood organizational baselines, management's risk appetite. This is where we fit. We kind of accept this, but not that. But when we pick standards to implement them, we have to configure those minimum security requirements in our configuration baselines, right? So establishing baselines, that's in the policy. Enforcing the baselines, that's in configuring our standards. And then, of course, continuous monitoring. Service level requirements does a lot with business continuity when we determine what are our minimum, whatever upload times, our maximum. When I did a tire, the minimum service level requirements, I have optimal. I like my tires to last 70,000 miles, and they should be able to do at least 100 miles an hour. But my donut tire, my spare tire, that after a cost benefit analysis, it looked cheaper to Honda overall to the customers to keep a smaller tire. It doesn't maintain the same service level. But it must meet minimum service level. Has to be able to last, and I had to look it up in my Honda. And this tire is rated for 3,000 miles of tread, and it's rated for 50. I thought 55 miles per hour. It's only rated for 50. But there was another interesting metric, minimum service level. Is it 3,000 miles in any one journey? Well, I'm not going 3,000 mile journeys. But it's actually only, I believe it was 70 miles in any one journey because the donut tire is smaller and it spins faster than full service tires. More friction, more heat, you run a higher risk of some other component breakdown. So service level requirements are important for both optimal. We'd like a gigabyte connection to the internet, but at a bare minimum, I gotta have 100 meg, something like that, right? And then it helps us design our disaster recovery and business continuity. The silicon root of trust, though, and these things go together. Click that I didn't mean to click. When I buy a system, I need to, and we talked about robots coming out today, that we might not trust all the components. Tesla bot's probably not going to be built in completely every component. You can't even build a pencil in a component from one location in the country. Look that up. Trying to get the proper wood, the proper what we call lead, the proper copper little thing that holds in the eraser, the actual eraser. It's not easy. So we have to have, where did all these components come from? That kind of overlaps with our applications too, especially as we do microservices and agile container type development. We need that software bill of materials. Silicon root of trust is obviously looking at hardware. And one of the most important things you need to know about hardware is the hardware storage of your keys. And I keep feeling my pockets and not grabbing my keys. But I use a FIDO2 key, and more systems are accepting it. When I signed up for Grok let me configure my FIDO. So what it does is when we have our private public key pair, remember it provides non-repudiation. It's Larry's, Larry signed that email. Let's get realistic. That does not prove Larry signed that email. If my public key decrypts it, all it proves is my private key was used. I'll accept that zero trust. That means with zero knowledge of my private key, you can trust that it came from Larry. But it just doesn't mean Larry. My private key doesn't live in my DNA. It's on my computer. Think about the problem with private keys. You use a tool. Oh, I wasn't prepared to do a lab, but if you want to do a lab, Arpita, we've really got to get me my sniffing back. We've got to do my 4-hour crypto thing. My 4-hour crypto stuff is very intense, and we're going to use PGP and Open SSL to create both Web of Trust PGP keys and PKI keys. But we create these keys, and it's a software thing. You run the private public key tool on your system. It creates a private public key pair. You give your public key out to anybody, and if your private key gets lost, well, it's on your system. So we make backups of it. And now the private key can be put anywhere. It's how your wallet works. If you got a crypto wallet, they're a joke. They're all awful. I'm sorry. Every one of them backs up your private key with a passphrase. And then they store it in the cloud. And then they tell you, don't worry, you don't. Nobody can click on your password and get it. And like, I'm not worried about the password. It's a phrase. What are you trying to? You think I'm not stupid? It's still something I know. They claim in their crypto wallets, the Trezor or whatever, that they're. Oh no, it's all hardware. Everything's stored on hardware. So if you're making a backup, I know that if it gets lost and I need a new one, I put in my passphrase again and I got it back. What do you think? I'm stupid? That means they copied your private key. To be an ISO federated common criteria passed operating system for the last few years and hardware, you have to use TPM, the trusted platform module on your machine that for Windows 10 had to be there and for Windows 11 has to be turned on. Does that. I love it. It's one of the many technologies that has this physically unclonable function. As far as I know, and I showed you the hack on TPM yesterday, the evil maid attack, doesn't get your private key. Remember, private public keys are just identity keys. Right? I said it just encrypts keys and it encrypts hashes. That means I make sure that only this identity got the AES key to the safe, only Bob's allowed to read the email, or only Bob could have sent the email. It encrypts a hash. It's the identity. Your physically unclonable function is supposed to ensure that your identity can't be stolen. And as far as I know, they don't. What the evil maid attack got was the session key that you established, say, and I believe it was the first use of the TPM that Microsoft supported that I know of, was to allow you to encrypt your hard drive, BitLocker. It created a AES symmetric key to encrypt your hard drive. It didn't. What that function goes, that evil maid attack has figured out that session key to encrypt your hard drive. That's not your private key. As far as I know, no one's hacked that. That's what's on your smart cards. Your smart card has, as far as we know, a physically unclonable function. That's what makes what makes your smart card so cool. Of course, I'm playing it. I don't want to confuse you right now. What also makes your smart card so much better than your memory card is you don't just ask for your ID. You don't just, when you put your smart card in your whatever at the target, you're not just identifying. You're asking for their identity too. Make sure, let me see your ID. Prove to me your target. That's an important thing. And that prevents man-in-the-middle attacks, which we're going to talk about hopefully today. But that's the number one way to prevent a man-in-the-middle attack is mutual authentication. Don't just prove who you are like your ATM card is. Hey, this proves it's me. Oh, yeah, you could have stolen that card. Here's my PIN, two-factor authentication to prove only that it's me. I'm still not going to ask who you are. Mutual authentication. Your smart card goes and prove to me your target. Then we'll start talking financial operations. You understand? So those physically unclonable functions, and this is where I got started just before we looked at class, are now, I just converted to, I got a Google Pixel 9. I still have my iPhone. Google was criticized for many years for not having that. That was one of the great features of why we liked Apple Pay versus like Google Pay, is because Apple had the physically unclonable, basically you can't steal my private key. Right? I see some comments over here. MTLS with two, love it, love it, love it. So Ross, we also did, who here is from DigiCert? Was that you, Ross?
Did I give myself away knowing that much about PKI?
Well, yeah. Dude, Arpita, I promise I won't get lost down here, but I had to reconfigure something on Wireshark to be able to see all the certificate, because it was, if there were errors, if it arrived, there's actually a configuration thing. If the packets arrive out of order, Wireshark's not going to reassemble. And I go, no, it's reassemble it. And then I got the certificate. And who does the ISC2 use?
Yep.
Who's their CA DigiCert?
Yep. I knew that. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this, when we look at a certificate, this is to make me reasonably. They have their private key, the ISC2, and this is the subject. That's them. Private public key pair. We know they chose RSA, right? When we did that signature, they have an RSA public key. In fact, it'll tell you right here. It's RSA. Right? It's an ID card. It's like, again, it's just to prove that they're the only ones to get the symmetric AES key we're going to use to communicate, or only they signed the packets that I got from them. But you can't just print your own ID card. You could write it out, but somebody's got to sign it. And the issuer is somebody else. The issuer is who signed that. Now that's a certificate authority, but they're not the root. That's just a local thing. So when I got that, you notice I got certificates, and I'm going to go too deep, but I had to go, I had to find out, who are you? I don't know who you are. DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles. So while in this case, we are DigiCert, this EV RSA CA, I don't know who they are. I needed to know the root cert. So that's the hierarchical trusted PKI.
Do you mean, when you say roots, are you saying like the end? Because the root is there. That's the G2.
Right.
Meaning
That's
like the
the
end.
root cert. But you didn't give me that because I already have it. Microsoft already gave me that, or else this wouldn't have worked.
Right. Yeah. Pre-built. You're looking for the end entity cert to actually see who, like, where that device is, and or what the actual name of that device is. Right.
Right. And actually, the testable thing is, it's not just that name. When I go to a server like the ISC2, that's a name that I remember.
Right.
That's how it's listed in the phone book or in the directory. That's what a directory is. That's what Active Directory. It's all based on, not just any directory, but let's go to the ISO, let's go to the Federation. And there's actually a standard about that directory. That's X.500.
Oh yeah, X509. Yeah.
Well, X.500 is how the directory will be listed. But how am I to check his ID? Is there like an ID card I could use? Yes, and that's the X.509 ID card. And that's what you guys do. You make ID cards, right? So that's how that's what the map is. I know you by this name. DNS goes, you want this IP address, but I still need to be more certain. And that's why that thing is called, it's secure, because they have a certificate. The certificate is we just looked at this. Makes me reasonably certain. So X.509 certificates make us reasonably certain it's the ID card for any X.500 name. And that's always service dot the organization type. So it should be written in the X.500 directory, or as a person, subject at. And real quick to the chase, they're not going to beat it up too much, but getting certificates for humans for this, these SMIME certificates, I'm sorry, it might work in your environment, in your controlled little world, but it does not work. When does anybody get SMIME X.509 certificate signed email on the internet? And I've been teaching how to roll it out since the 90s.
Yeah, and I mean, Outlook just rolled out a brand new version. They don't even support it yet, except for like browser, and it doesn't even work. So you really got to use like Gmail, which how many enterprise use Google Suite for email? Some, but yeah, to your point, it's
Now, the
it,
way it's going to go,
yeah.
let me get my assistant on this real quick, Arpit. I promise I'll stay focused, but I think this is good. Let's see what my assistant says about my idea here. Now we got to, she keeps getting smarter with everything. Eh, brother's asking me music questions. Background. Hey, we're talking about S-MIME rollouts and how incomplete they are and how hard it was actually to roll things out. And I have a theory that with decentralized PKI, starting with tools like Microsoft Entra, we can now make PGP solve all of the problems that PGP had and make a something with a self-sovereign identity really work out. With decentralized PKI and PGP can really mature. Just come on, man. That was a great question. You know, it's because I blame my brother for sending me 6 different texts in a row that I listened to his new song. Why, what a musicians.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick? So you're saying decentralized PKI, meaning like a single global root kind of thing? I can't remember what that project was called, but like getting
This,
away from multiple roots from multiple organizations to like basically one that like the world trusts and then running a bunch of tiers
no,
of PKI off of that.
I don't think you could do that for the subject act. I think for the service dot, that should be centrally managed like that. But for the subject act, I think it should be self-sovereign identity, and they can correlate. And you could use, say, Ethereum name service. I'm a big Cardano fan. Cardano name service and whatever name coin and whatever ones you want to participate in. But I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
participate in those chains if you don't need to. But I would always like to have 3. I'm a 3 guy. You know,
yeah.
eliminate multiple points of failure.
Got it.
Cool. All right, let's get back and stay focused here. So the takeaway here, though, for me, my major point is we can't say privacy is dead. We have to protect private keys. The future is going to be wonderful if we have an immutable log that people can't scrub, and that requires protection of our private keys. That bullet second from the bottom, physically unclonable functions for me is very, very, very important. So over bill of materials, though, very important on the exam. Again, as we develop things in our DevOps and fashion, and we're just responsible for one microservice and using APIs and DLLs from our suppliers, we need to understand all the components that make up a given application. Arpita, that's really your domain. Am I saying it okay? No, go ahead. I saw you on mute. Am I saying
Oh
SBAR?
yeah, I nodded my head, but I wasn't sure if you had me on the view. So yeah, you're right, Larry.
Good, good, good. Thank you. Because I honestly picked up a lot from the last class. Arpita taught the AppSec, or now Tuesday, and I picked up quite a few things, I hope. All right. A critical hardware component, a company discovers that a critical hardware component in their infrastructure contains unauthorized chip, not the original design. Which supply chain risk does this best represent? Sounds like a hardware implant to me. All right, if there's no question, I'll move on. If somebody needs me to stop and go, hey, could you go back to that? Please do. Again, if I don't see your face, I can't read the look on your face. A
So,
company,
Larry,
yes, speaking of,
yes, Janae, just wondering, I mean, I've just looked at that answer, but A also looks a bit familiar or looks okay. So, can you just,
well, it says,
elaborate on the answer under B?
if I asked you, Larry drives and I'll tell you right now, I drive a Honda CRV. But if they say Larry drives a vehicle, Larry drives a Honda CRV, which answer would you pick?
Larry drives a Honda Zero CRV.
They're both right, but one more precisely hits the target. Remember the difference between accuracy and precision. So one of the things that, thank you for asking this question, because it is a very important thing when you go, wait, they're both right. And if I hit the bullseye case in one of the, I'm accurate, you know. If I can hit the same, I don't care for that demonstration. If I can hit the same wrong spot, if I can hit the same spot, so this is accurate, it's hitting the bullseye. This is precise, I'm hitting the same spot. This is a little more accurate. Boy, I don't even care for that. Let's say accuracy is the ability to hit the bullseye. Are you hitting the dead center? Precision is that I can hit the same spot over and over again. Now, if something is accurate, that's good. That's good enough. Larry does drive a vehicle. If it said Larry drove a car, or excuse me, a fish, or Larry drove a rock, those would be wrong. They're not accurate. But or a scale. If the scale says Larry weighs 170 pounds, it's about what I'm at right now, that would be accurate. If it said I weighed more or less than 170, it'd be wrong. But another scale might say Larry weighs 170 pounds and 3 ounces. That's more precise. Always make sure your answer is accurate first. You know, it's like CMMI level 1. It's got to be effective, or else I don't care how efficient it is. But if 2 answers are accurate, which one's more precise? It used to be a test question on electromagnetic interference about fluorescent light bulbs was a test question, and how they create radio frequency interference on Wi-Fi. Now, radio frequency is just part of electromagnetic. EMF is just any type of electromagnetic noise. In a subset of that is RFI. So the answer, I get it all the time. Larry, both EMI and RFI are right. And I go, yeah, but it's more precisely RFI. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. Thanks, Larry.
So A is not wrong. It's just not as precise. But it's a very important thing, especially for my subject matter experts. We tend to get very frustrated. They'll go, they're both right. See, this is what I hate about salespeople. And again, I come from that world. Our company is implementing a new supply chain risk mitigation. Which approach would be most effective in verifying the authenticity of received hardware components? A, performing visual inspections of all received components. B, implementing silicon root of trust and puff verification. C, requiring suppliers to provide written authenticity. D, recording serial numbers of received components. Yeah. Silicon, absolutely. You know, well, just to plant a seed, and I know we have, I'm sorry, what's your name? Let me go back to the list. The gentleman who knows MTLS. It's Paul, is that you?
It's Ross. Yeah.
Ross, I'm not I've already said my take on PKI and stuff.
Yep.
The protection of the private keys are so important in real life, you know, so I take it special to heart. Cool.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like root of trust right there, right? So different levels of HSMs. When people get caught up there, and I'm curious if it'll come up, is FIPS certified versus FIPS compliant? And I'm not sure because hardware-based security with the root of trust, like I've sold it, implemented, tested it, verified it, validated it in my career, and people will get hung up on, hey, well, here's an HSM or hardware-based security that's compliant, but it's not verified. If it's compliant, they're attesting that it's done. If it's verified, it's actually gone through the testing. And FIPS compliance, especially like level 4, they're putting it in an oven at 1,000 degrees for 5 hours, right? And that's certified. So I don't know if that'll come up, compliance versus verified, but
if it does, in one of my I'm going to act like I've known that for years, even though you just brought that up to me, sir. I love that. The difference
Motion
between
detected at the Black Cave reading. Front door 1.
Right, it's enough. What was the difference between FIPS compliant and FIPS certified / verified? Is that what you just
Yeah,
said?
certified is a better word for it. Correct. Yeah, and the biggest tell is money. What costs more? Because you're gonna know right away, right? Who actually sent it to the lab for third party testing to then be certified, right?
If anyone thinks this is out of scope, I will tell you that FIPS shows up at least on a lot of practice exams. And I did get FIPS recently, though I think it was actually in the CC exam. But FIPS
Hmm.
does a lot of, remember I said NIST is really the guidelines, FIPS are the standards. And particularly where they show up a lot is old FIPS 186-4. What is the one you're referring to? And that's the Federal Information Processing Standard for cryptographic modules, controls, and everything. And it's very
Mhm.
strict. Microsoft makes sure that their implementation of Kerberos at any given point is FIPS compliant. So it is very, very important in the real world. So appreciate it. All right, let's move on. A software development team is evaluating third-party libraries for a new application. Which security measure is most important to implement first? I'll let you guys. Yeah, I saw a D in there. It's a little sketchy there. Yeah, I think at a higher level, we just want to see where everything. I need to know each component. And we got to decompose the system as we use. Remember, we used that term yesterday, system decomposition. This is really going to help us in our decomposition of how this thing works. Yeah. Make sure we some traceable. All right, 112, establish and maintain security awareness education. That's what we're doing right here. Now, awareness is for everybody. This is an old NIST concept, 800-50, that everybody needs to know how to get out of the building in case there's a fire. A lot of what my wife does with her Know Before campaigns are awareness for everybody for some new ransomware attack or something else, just to keep them generally aware. You're going through an education right now. This is a management class. We're going to go through a lot of different subjects. We're going to talk about whatever preventive controls, like whatever administrative preventive controls, some technical, some firewall stuff, a lot more than general awareness is. We're not going to learn how to configure anybody's firewall or anything else. That's training. Training is for your system administrators. This is why I said one great way to reduce the risk of driving a car, learn how to drive a car. Well, one way to reduce the risk of whatever running a SIM tool is to have your security analyst trained on SIM tools. That's going to really help mitigate a lot of problems. So again, awareness for everybody, education for management, training for our administrators, generally our risk owners, our control owners.
Larry, if I can add in here, I want to just bring up your exercising analogy that you raised a few minutes ago. I really feel like this is exactly like having to exercise and work out, and especially organizations know that training and awareness is important, but yet they don't invest enough into it. And I was just recently reading an article from NIST that says that security programs are one of the most cost-effective preventive controls, but people still choose technical controls over, investing in these administrative controls. And it's really important that you pay attention to the importance of administering these setup programs, because it's a very huge part of the exam, and it reflects the current state where they play a really important role in reducing human risk associated with cybersecurity, data breaches and attacks and things like that. So just wanted to bring that exercise analogy. Like, everybody knows it's good for you, but not everybody does it.
No, thank you. And I'm so sorry. I unplugged my Alexa over here. I can't believe she just started. I bumped into her and she played some, but no, it's absolutely true. The In fact, I think a great thing to do, the best takeaway, I think, is everybody here, go back to your company and say, we need to spend money at internet defense. Larry and Arpita really deserve a lot of our attention and our resources. It'll help everyone. It's good for the common good. All right. No, I agree. You can't expect people to follow the rules if they don't know them. And I always say that I don't want to pontificate even more, but it reminds me of raising children. A lot of the problems of the world, I don't mean to blame other people, but I do blame on my sister because she raised her children in a different way than I do. And so I blame everything on my sister and her kids, most of it. No, I blame everything on me and then my sister. But her kids, I had her son over one time. He was like 14 years old. They lived in Wisconsin. And I was doing some work finishing my basement. And I asked him to help me. I thought it'd be nice the way I used to help my uncles and stuff. And I realized at 14, he had never used a hammer. And then I was like, wow, I can remember my dad giving me a drill, a hand drill at 4 years old, 3 or 4. I've been working with tools since I was a little kid. All my uncles and my family did, and it was something, it meant something. And then I looked at the tools on the that we use and how hard it is for children today. When I was a kid, my dad gave me a tool and he said, this was your grandfather's. Now it's yours, and here's how to use it. Who today says, and this antivirus was your Pop-Pop's antivirus? It's just how it. Now, remember what Pop-Pop always said. You got to check for updates every day and verify the signature. Pop-Pop was always about that. It's hard for children today. It's really hard. And a lot of it's training, and we need to be patient. Anyway.
Larry, from a security perspective, yes. From a legal perspective, that's where companies don't look at it. From a legal perspective, you don't have awareness, you're not going to win. So that's it. That's it.
Well, they're trying to save money. The truth is, one of the biggest problems with companies has always been the problem since we started shipping. What did the Brits, as much as I love the lessons that we learned, what did they do to get the tea from China? They were addicted to their drug. It was a caffeine trade thing. It was a drug trade, but that drug had been used for like 3,000 years. They knew how to safely use tea. What did the Brits do? Well, they're taking a lot of silver. I don't want to give them any more silver. Can't we just grow opium and get them addicted to it? Would you take opium? No, but those savages might. My mom taught me one of the most important things about ethics and collaboration. When I was a kid, I had a little lemonade stand. And she said something, whatever it was about a lid not being on the thing. She said, don't ever sell anything that you wouldn't drink. That's not fair. Now, but the Brits were selling opium and they wouldn't do it. And now the bottom metric, and a lot of people warn this in AI. There's where a lot of people are worried about AI. The most heavily funded AI is built by Wall Street. Are they measuring happiness? Are they measuring, air quality? They measure one metric only. How much money does it make? That's all they care about. And they don't care what they throw under the bus. Anyway, so that's the problem with a lot of companies, and they need to align with the common good. What we're here for, that's what we do. All right, the gamification, and I'm hoping like our AI Whisperers program will help to do this, but there's other methods, increase awareness. In fact, that's Arpita's background over at Citi. You did a lot of this for the project management thing, right?
That's right.
And this is what you do for us. And so when you guys join our study groups, we'll do a lot more about this. We know continuous updates. We know things always change. Now, I love that they bring up AI awareness. It's cool. And I hope you're getting a whole lot of it this week, and blockchain security, and we'll understand a little bit more. But all blockchains, just to get a little goofy as we're ending up this thing, they're not all chains. What they all are Merkle trees. I don't know if we lost that word, but whatever the case is, Merkle tree. Ralph Merkle. A great.
I know what that is.
It's when you we already know how to digitally sign a hash. Well, suppose you make a transaction of whatever today's activities, the captain's log, the captain today's date, and then you hash that log entry, right? And then you take that hash, and on the next day, you take that log entry and you add the hash to that, and then you hash that. And then you keep going, and that becomes the first one is the Merkle root. And then you just have, and if anything goes wrong, if someone tries to doctor the log, you're like, wait a second, the hash has stopped matching whatever 5 days into the log. So that's really how blockchain works. And it's creating, again, that history that my mom warned was rewritten by the winner of the last war. No, you can't doctor the records anymore. And that's going to mess with people who like to doctor records. There's a lot of leaders around the world, a lot of people all over the world in business that go, and just make sure nobody finds out about that. And if that's how you make your living, I think you better look for a new job, because those jobs are going away. That's the part that secrecy might be dead, not privacy. All right, so blockchain is going to just keep growing. It's not it's not a crypto scam. And trend analysis. We always got to keep up with things and watch our forward-looking indicators and saying, hey, if we're watching over the last couple of quarters that patch management's gotten worse, and it gives us ideas to help focus things. All right, and measuring the effectiveness from games to my wife's little simulations and stuff like that. All right, let's summarize this. An organization has implemented mandatory security awareness training, but engagement remains low. Which approach would be most effective to improve the participation and retention?
Look what I just got. I got my certification, my ISC2 certificate. I just got it in the mail.
Mazel tov, mazel tov. Yes, implement gamification and designate project. Bring in Larry and Arpita's AI Whispers program. Come on, there's nothing more relevant today. Sure. I'm sorry, Arpita and Larry. My mother just smacked me in the back of the head. Ladies first, yeah. Even though she's gone, I feel it all the time. Which aspect is most important when reviewing security awareness training content for currency and relevance? Well, watch that word relevance. It's very important. Yeah. Though I like the logo. I want it to be 3D, but yeah, probably not. The security team is evaluating the effectiveness of their awareness program. Which combination of metrics would provide the most meaningful measurement of program success? Yeah, that's what I'm going with. Actual results, relevant results, right? Right. So there's our summary. We went through a lot of basic stuff. Again, you can always go to the prompt at the end and highlight any one of these things and just say, focus on that. But our overall goal is kind of like a governance is steering. So we're steering our car. And we set a destination. That's part of governance, is picking why we go here. Whose idea was it to go to this place? Senior management's idea. All right. And then somebody's got to keep their eye on the road. That's the control owner. Someone's got to manage that part of it. And whoever's behind the wheel, they got to continuously monitor, because it's not just focusing on the goal. It's understanding that dangers come from all angles, right? Somebody, just your rear view mirror, somebody could be screeching up behind you. So you're not just looking forward, are you? Right? And periodic testing and making sure the car is still roadworthy, and then sharing the road. That's compliance, making sure that, hey, the reason they have a red light is not just to slow you down, it's to make sure other people can go because there's another street here. Sometimes they make you wait, and that's, I don't want to wait too long. We want to reduce the friction. A very important driving analogy that will help you select answers. Just as no one likes to feel, if you're driving a bus and you saw a danger in the road and you jammed on the brakes, no one wants to feel that. Or you had to make a turn and you just made this hard right and everybody spilled their coffee all over the place. Security, when it works right, you would have seen the error, you would have seen the pothole further, and you would have made, you'd have better foresight, better detection, and you would have barely moved. They would have barely noticed because the salespeople were like, all I know is I was selling. You had a problem, you did a great job because it didn't affect my ability to sell. That's the best security. All right, so the risk management is our big takeaway. We want to understand that we have to identify what we are trying to protect. Those are our assets. The threats is what could go wrong with them. They are man-made or natural. Man-made could be intentional. They're mostly accidents. Most of our problems because the dishwasher just doesn't love washing dishes. And as we automate these things, it's going to get better. But for the next 5 years or so, we're not going to have that general intelligence likely. I follow the Ray Kurzweil. That means we have only narrow AI to deal with that are getting exponentially more powerful too. Right? And the vulnerabilities are that the fact that it isn't waterproof. So now we know we have a risk. We identify somebody to own that, and they maintain the status of that. They do the analysis. Before we do anything, let's make sure I understand that it's really a risk. I confirm it, and then I look at the severity, the impact. I look at the percentage. The same high risk, you might see something from the CVEs, a new vulnerability discovered, and they make it a 9. Doesn't make it a 9 in your organization. If it's on a DMZ machine that's available to the public, that's a higher risk than, no, it's just contained in a factory that's not even access to the internet. You have to assess these things. That's your job, and determine what could go wrong. And that's your single loss expectancy. We could lose this. But then you figure out how frequently is it going to happen. That's your annualized rate of occurrence. That's your likelihood. Well, if I'm likely to lose $1 million every 10 years, then I've got whatever $100,000 potentially each year. I don't want to exceed that when I evaluate my control. When I evaluate ways, I do a total cost benefit analysis and make sure don't spend more than 100, whatever you're doing. And that's a lot of stuff. It's not just how much it cost me to purchase that thing. It is common knowledge that the cost of operating, the humans running the firewalls, far outweigh the cost of the actual product of the firewall. Right? And then we're advisors, we tell the customer at the table, this is how, what we suggest, and then they select, I'll have the steak. They select first, I won't do it. If a risk is very high and there's no reason for it, don't do it. If you're already doing it, stop doing that. But you may say, no, I want to go, and a lot of it is you want to roll an application to the cloud. But you'll do it. You'll mitigate that risk by implementing things like whatever CASB, and you'll assign a cloud administrator and all that stuff. You'll make sure that you're encrypting your data, that you're doing design, that is data minimization. Don't collect data you don't need, right? All that stuff. And then, the reason we went to the cloud was to transfer the risk of at least running the physical machines. And then we accept. But in order to accept it, we have to have plans on maintaining business, whether it's a disaster, equipment is unavailable, or an incident, we have some man-made intentional threat, and they may overlap. A ransomware attack is intentional, that could cause a disaster, but you still need to maintain business. Never reject or neglect. That means I have no way to, there's no smoke detectors or emergency doors. There's nothing. We just accepted we could have a fire. Happens. Right? So we set these controls. We make sure that we have the appropriate level. I don't just get pants. I get pants that fit me. I have to prevent, detect, and respond to things. And we know that that's administrative, technical, and physical. Right? Preventive controls, stop it from happening. But again, that's when we accept the risk, we're saying, I accept I can't prevent it. Everything else comes down to detection and response. And this is where it's really hard. Again, the average time to detect an attack, a malware attack, last year or 2 years ago was 204 days. And the average time to just contain the damages, another 70 some days to respond appropriately. Now, when we respond, we recover to get the asset, or we correct the control. A security professional discovers a weakness in the organization's customer data. According to the ISC2 Code of Ethics, what is the most appropriate action? Oh, the security manager, asks them to keep it quiet until after the quarterly earnings report. I hope that's the last one. I close my thing. We don't think the answer is to quietly fix it without telling you. Yeah, we got to, of course. Yeah. Not about being transparent. No. How many people have you worked for, Maria, and said that's not how it happens in the real world, right? There's an example. It doesn't always happen that way in the real world, does it? Oh, when Equifax got hacked, what a horrible response. That's the real world, unfortunately. Yeah. Which sequence represents the correct order of the risk assessment process? See it, everyone's got sure. It's always identify, analyze, evaluate. When you take your exam, I noticed that there were so many times when the scenario had you at this and tried to get you here. Three answers were here. And you were like, no, you're trying to get me to skip that.
This
So
is incorrect.
what's that?
This is incorrect. They left out the organizational level, right? So it would really be plan. Would plan it first and then identify.
Well, you bring up another point of similar to accuracy and precision is don't look for complete answers. Look for the best of the four. And that happens a lot to us subject matter experts. I would sit there, I'm guilty. I sit there and I go, well, wait a second. The first thing I would do is ping the default gateway. Why is he doing this? But that's not it, Larry. Of those answers, which of these is best? And I go, well, at least B's not wrong, but he should have pinged the default gateway first. No. But don't look for complete answers. Look for the best. But thank you for that input. It's very important when to us subject matter experts taking an exam. Oh, sorry. A medium-sized company identifies a significant risk from using an unsupported legacy application that cannot be upgraded or replaced for 18 months. Which risk treatment option is most appropriate? I like alpha as well. Yeah. And you do have to have that written. Arpita is caught a couple of times when people have missed an answer because when you have exceptions to any security policy, and they happen all the time, other people are going to notice, if only in some yearly audit. And if you don't have documentation ready, oh, no, we have an exception report for that, and here's the current status, then you look negligent. But if you have that defined, and there's a risk owner for that thing, that's acceptable. And we all have things like that.
Even if you accept it, you still have to have a mitigated strategy. So it doesn't really mean that because you accept it, you can't do anything. You still have to do something.
Exactly. And you monitor that on the exam, it's always and continuous monitor to look for any problem there. Oh, and it says it right there, monitor closely. Yep, absolutely.
And it's a temporary acceptance or exception that you're making. It's not a permanent.
There's a date.
I wish that was true, but not for all companies.
That's true, but again, you are 100% right. It doesn't happen because they probably don't put enough priority on the stuff that they have already accepted and taken off their minds. But in reality, the risk has not disappeared. It's just
No, I
that
know. I worked for a lot of government companies.
Right.
It doesn't mean anything. Unless they have funding, they won't do it. And I know that for a fact.
Yeah, now a lot of government employees are like the dishwasher. I'm here because I get paid for doing this. I'm going to do what it says. I don't care about the end process at the end. I just want to get home and after 20, 30 years, get my retirement. All right, leave me alone. I understand. During a business impact analysis, which metrics should be established first? I saw your comment. It's going to be an exciting 4 years, no matter what. Buckle in. I could see why, that seems the problem with the term. So I like the people who said, oh, it's out of order. MBCI. And look at that. It says CA.
Yeah, that threw me off.
I apologize. It is C. Now, remember, the ISO calls it that, MTPD. NIST in their menu calls it MTD, maximum tolerable downtime. Yeah, here I wrote. Okay. Thank you, Claude. Yeah.
Don't fall for made up acronyms. If you have not heard of an acronym on the exam ever in all your prep, then it likely does not exist. So
That was in one of the answers earlier. It said like the silicon root of trust with puff. I was like, I don't know what that is, and I wanted to steer away from it, but then it also had root of trust. So I told that's like, testing training in general. Like if it's not real in your mind, it's probably not real. And I was like, what is that?
exactly. I think we second guess ourselves on the exam and we think about, oh, maybe this is something I didn't study or I missed it, but no, you didn't. They made it up.
A security team implements multiple security controls across their organization. Which combination of monitoring activities provides the most effective ongoing assurance? And it's out of order again. Yeah, I would go with the first one, D. Yes, yeah, and we know monitoring in general. When people say monitoring, it's very important at NIST that you say that means ongoing. So it's continuous. The saying continuous monitoring is almost redundant. What other kind of monitoring is there? But just to remind you. Everything looks good on paper, but there's no replacement for keeping your eyes on the road. Keep paying attention. All right, we're gonna take a break, but I think before we do, we've got some time. Let's not take our break yet. So when you do your break, I would love to see that you guys are doing it. Give me feedback, give us feedback, how it's working. The response from the students that have passed their exam recently has been great. They say that they're so close to the real exam. And again, the most recent one, he thought his first 25 questions were exactly from it. So, but I want to start and save some time. Let's get into domain 2, which we kind of covered. Domain 2, it's asset security, right? And that's what domain 2 is calling them. That in our risk assessment, we had to identify our assets. So that's kind of getting redundant here, but it's a little more focused on it. There's two subtasks in here. One is for data assets, what we mostly think of, and then other supporting assets. But also important is to understand the roles of who's allowed to. So we talked about the data owner. The data owner is probably the process manager for that where that data belongs. If it's sales data, it's probably the sales manager. Do remember the scale of some organizations. I'm a two-person company right now. Microsoft is a few more people. So I used the analogy yesterday of if you're the senior, head of HR at Microsoft, you're the data owner for all HR data. But the manager of HR in the New Jersey office has to enforce your rules. You set the classification scheme up. We did that yesterday. The owner is the one to tell us how much it's worth. And we know that values are always subjective, but we have to come up with something. And then when new data is created, say in the Jersey office, let me see, is that being classified properly? So that classification is going to be assigned. There's a couple of things too about classifying data and where is that written? When you write and you mark a folder, a physical manila envelope to the ISC2, that's marking to NIST standards. When I have metadata embedded in the file system, that's labeling. So it's common knowledge. Marking is for human input, for human decision making. Labeling is for a system, for a computer to make decisions. And originally those labels contained the classification of, high, medium, and low, the Bella Padula. We haven't talked about it yet, but we all have heard in the news, top secret, secret. That's the Bella Padula. So that was stored in the label. But there's also something, when you get a credential, and your credit to your claim, the last domain we looked at the X.509 certificate, but it could just be whatever, something in U.S. military, they have CACs, computer access cards, the CAC card, it's redundant. And in there is a smart card that has that subject's label. So just as the data has the classification, the subject has the clearance level. But just because you have top secret clearance doesn't mean you have clearance to all data. Also in the label is something, whether or not it is confined. Shoot, I could show it if I don't have my mail. I have a tendency to leave my, I may have just closed it. I have Fedora Linux, which is mandatory access control. So I can label that data. And the label can be confined to a given compartment. Only HR can see this. On your user label or subject label on the CAC isn't just your classification. It's your category set, the set of different things that you can see. You should be very heavily tested in understanding how subjects are able to access objects. Problem or nice thing, whatever it is, maybe it's a problem for us old guys. Not everybody, or other people are using the term labeling and classification in a different context. Data loss prevention systems. Data loss prevention systems are applications that can sit on your machine, right? That do a man in the middle, that root CA hack. They can pretend to be whatever. See what you're sending. So when I went to whatever LinkedIn and they gave me their certificate, I don't really get LinkedIn certificate. My data loss prevention system gives me a little phony one for that session. I send it to it. It decrypts it, says, oh, is Larry sending internal stuff externally? Well, how would it know? Because it says right on there, this is for internal use only, if you, as a private company, implemented that label. So now you have a label, not a military one that says whatever top secret, but it does have some classification scheme that you set up. And there's no right one. You pick one that fits your company. So, but it's still called a label. And labeling is very important for data loss prevention systems to make their decision by examining the metadata and seeing if that classification is allowed to be sent out there. So here we go again. Label stores the metadata of a file's classification. It's still true. The same definition still holds up. I don't know how deep they're going to get into it, but AI also, when you're training systems, so there's different levels of training. The most advanced AI that really blew my mind was AlphaGo. AlphaGo, when it played the game of Go and every Atari game, all the initial Atari games, the only training it was told, this number is the score. Your job is to figure out how to make that number go up. Good luck. That is like about as self-learned as you can get, And it learned how to play it better than any human. But that's not how you expect when you get machine learning, containers from Microsoft or AWS, and you want to train it on your data and you want to have AI. You're going to do some more guided learning. You're going to label the data with other metadata, so you're helping to train your AI. And now, oh, these are social security numbers. Well, that's going to make things a lot easier for me. I don't have to find that out on my own. Yeah. So again, labeling and classification, though, do go a lot. I would expect to see it on the exam. The owner is the person who sets the value and assigns the classification. I also have the 860 in there to make sure you don't just classify in terms of confidentiality. Consider integrity and availability. Ensure that it's handled properly, whether it's coming inside or outside your organization, and that you're retaining them as per business requirements, which includes laws. So remember, laws like HIPAA, confidentiality protection, you better not share that with unauthorized people. Sarbanes-Oxley, I hope you're maintaining records. So that's important that we handle it properly. And more on crypto today. So this is my favorite debates here. All right, so our official tasks. Just happened there. But anyway, identify and classify our information assets. That's what we're going to do. We're going to find where they are. Establish information and asset handling requirements per the data owner's requirements. And remember, in PII, the data owner is a person. So all you have are stewards. You have no owners in your company when you handle PII. Provisioning information and asset security. We talked about the challenges of deprovisioning things, making sure that people have what they need, but we always try to follow least privilege and need to know. If they don't need it, don't give it to them. And if they only need to read, not write, just make sure that happens. But they might not even need to read it after a while, right? And manage the data throughout its life cycle. From the first, when you first create data, consider what happens here. I type in a document, and before I even say file save, Microsoft saved it in cache somewhere. And I'm really glad, because I've had some lockups where I reboot. Hey, you were working on this. It's stored. Data is created and stored almost immediately. It is common knowledge you should classify it right then. Then I start using it. I start doing stuff. And then I went, hey, Alice, now it's your turn. And then I share it. It is common knowledge this is when it gets risky. Your car is safe when it's in your garage. When it gets on the road and you start sharing the road, that's when most of the risks happen, right? So now, hopefully it's classified and protected during the sharing. But then I'm going to decide to archive it so I can get it. That's not the same as storing. Storing happens all the time. It can be stored in multiple locations, like caching controller on a server somewhere. But when I archive it, that's per the business requirements that we did in the BIA. We knew that I had to have this critical document stored for whatever 30 years because I'm a mortgage company. That's archival. And then you may destroy it. And there are test questions on destroying it. And you could take a hard drive and burn it, and it would probably destroy it. I don't know that that's legal everywhere. I had those questions, and I never selected it. I never select burning. It was always the ways you secure data, secure delete is generally, I could overwrite it once to the DoD, that was clearing. I could overwrite it multiple times, that's a purge. And then I could reuse that disk. If I'm not interested in reusing it, I will electromagnetically degauss it. That'll destroy the electronics. You can't use it. And if it's top secret and you've ever worked with it, you know that that has to happen, and it has to be put in a shredder, a metal shredder. So depending on the classification, we have different controls, and that includes all the way through the life cycle, right down to data destruction. I destroy the data in different ways. Of course, when it's in the cloud, I don't have any of those options. It is common knowledge we use crypto. Our data destruction methods for any cloud data is I never gave it to them in an unencrypted format. I encrypted everything with AES, and I got put, that lock is very strong to the safe. And then using, say, AWS, I want AWS to be able to see that data. Well, I'm not giving them the AES key just by itself. I'm going to encrypt the AES key with their public key, or maybe a passphrase. AWS lets you do it a couple of different ways. But I set up a key that allows them to see the symmetric key. When I don't want to see them anymore, and I go, nah, I'm moving over to Azure. I could delete the AES key, the symmetric key, but then I'd lose all my data. So I go, all right, well, remember, I got 100 terabytes of data. Decrypt it first, move it data. I don't want to do that. Just revoke their key so they can't see the AES key. That is crypto shredding. All right. In real life, crypto shredding requires just delete the key encrypting key. Remember, that's their ID key, the asymmetric key. Then they can't even get the data encryption, the symmetric key. They didn't give me that option on any tag. They make it really easy. Just delete the encryption key. Okay. And Maria, there's where you and I would go, but that's not exactly right. They should say the control key, the key encrypting key, not the, but they don't ask that. So it's good enough. It's the rightest answer they have. And always remain, of course, compliant. I want to make sure that my car is street legal. I get it inspected regularly. So identifying classifier information, we just went over that, but we have other assets besides the data, the printers, the routers, whatever, the IDS sensors. I think it was a misclassification of IDS sensors that allowed this to happen. My wife and I were just, she doesn't understand why anybody would do this, but you guys tell me. SolarWinds hacked one of my customers. And if you don't know who the Department of Energy is, that's a nice way of saying our nuclear stockpile. Department of Energy is not electricity that we run in our house. This is nuclear. And they said grave danger. Grave means top secret data, but this was on the internet. How did the SolarWinds hack get stuff that was on CyberNet? That's supposed to be a different network. And I had this theory that they were using a SIM tool that, maybe this was what came to my mind. I said, let me guess, they have a SIM tool that uses OAuth to connect all the different sensors. And they just took sensors from everywhere. They want to correlate all the sensor stuff on the CyberNet. It's a dedicated network. It's whatever. It's a.
It shouldn't matter. It's supposed to be tested before you push it. That's what release management is for. So
but you see it.
Anything you download or anything, there should have been a policy. That's why I get pissed off when I hear these hacks or whatever. I'm like, but there should be a policy before you integrate or update anything into your network. Got to go through release management, and it's got to get tested before it even goes out into the environment.
Cases, let's not get into the politics and drama of what happened behind the scenes. I want to just look at the technology that could have happened. I want to say that they probably simplified the who part of it. And instead of having each sensor authenticate with an open ID signed job, oh, that's the sensor on the unclass, they just all use the same passphrase. And so just like we do, everybody uses the same passphrase to get to the Wi-Fi. So they all use it. And so they got that passphrase and they were to get everywhere. That's the way I look at it. I mean, most of our hacks are not knowing who we're talking to, and it's not the people. When you and I are having this conversation, I'm talking to the Zoom, this microphone, and then the microphone, it's all APIs from there. There's an API, the Zoom client talks to my network stack, which talks to the Zoom server, which talks to AWS's infrastructure, and so it's all APIs. And if any one of them is unauthenticated, and they are all the time, you know how hard it is to get people passwords right. Do you think developers are getting APIs authenticated properly? So as we're about to break, cutting edge in real life and very testable, maybe in a smaller way, is EUBA, or excuse me, UEBA in whatever SIEM tool, and that's the user and entity. It's the entities. It's all these APIs. Everybody is throwing out the OpenAI's API everywhere. We're putting these agents everywhere. If you hear all this stuff about AI agents, they're entities, and they need to be properly authenticated. And I doubt that we are doing that right. So we're doing our best. I'm very hopeful for the future. Very hopeful. I just want to echo Maria's point that that's not exactly how the real world is following these important best practices, but we do. That's why we're going to survive this upheaval. Right? Data classification, we have to identify the types of data and at least think of criticality and confidentiality. criticality or availability, and confidentiality, also known as sensitivity. Do remember those two terms. A lot of NIST documents don't seem to focus enough on the integrity, and I see it also reflected in tests. They don't seem to talk too much about here, but you'll see it's considered a sensitive document, or it's considered a critical document. You make sure you understand that. Set what makes it confidential or internal use or whatever your thing. Label. Generally, we think of technical, right? Metadata associated with it. Access and protection controls. These are our security implementation things that make sure that this actually happens. Right? And then continuously monitor. The only thing you can count on is change. My mother taught me that. When implementing data classification, which steps should be performed first? Yes, and notice it didn't say classify. Some books will, some exams just use the term classify, like the old Bell LaPage one. But we know, those of you who work with the risk management framework, categorize is a better word. Because categorize includes not just those hierarchical classifications, but those vertical compartments. Yeah. Not just that it's top secret, but that it's top secret engineering. Yeah. Very important to categorize things. An organization begins an asset classification project. After creating an inventory, what should be the next step in the classification process? Come up with a criteria of how it separates what makes this high confidential, what makes it low. Yeah. Very good. A multinational corporation is reviewing its data and asset classification system. Under their current system, all customer data is automatically classified as confidential. Which of the following represents the greatest concern with this approach? Some people are very quick there. Yeah, exactly. We need to right size it. Everybody does not wear the same size pants. We got to make sure that everybody's got it's tailored to meet the individual process areas needs. Yes. All right. I think we can pause here. Well, let me pause the recording. Welcome back, everybody. Day 2, afternoon. Take a breather. Anybody have any questions? I told you it was 8 seconds. But, that was like a worst case scenario. If anybody here is no longer testable, it used to be testable. Understand spanning tree and setting the diameter of your recalculation size. Because this is a smaller class, I shrink the diameter from 8 seconds to 5. Very nerdy joke. Excuse me, not too many people making spanning tree jokes out here. Let's keep on moving. I did talk about the importance of understanding the data lifecycle in general. Remember we're saying, how do you think how do you put it in context? Think like a manager. Keep the lifecycle in mind. Well, one of the things is the disposal method. And we talked about that. And we want to make sure that we understand crypto shredding. And in reality, it gets a little deep. It's not just any key for the test. Delete the encryption key. You're not going to burn it because the other options just don't make sense. And I can't low-level format a disk that belongs at AWS. So that's just not an option. I can't make that for, hey, who's in charge of the disk size? Yeah, because I'm going to be leaving you. I need you to low-level format. Oh, yeah, I'll hold. Anyway, and the chain of custody. We talked about that, especially in an incident handling scenario, right? That there's two basic roles or processes going on in an incident response. It's of course, dealing with the overall incident, mitigating, making sure we meet the metrics of the BIA. But sometimes that very detailed, what the hell happened here, might even have to go to court. And that's the forensics guy. He does the forensics analysis. That has to be very carefully handled if you're going to go to court. We know, let me explain this evidence. How do I know it's competent? So when the evidence goes to court, first of all, before it goes to court, in the discovery phase, it has to be deemed material. It matters to this case, right? And then it has to be considered competent. Was it collected right? All right. But it has to meet the material rules of the discovery phase. Once it goes to trial, there's another word called relevancy, which sounds a lot like material. It's got to be relevant to the case. Didn't that material, it matter to the case? Yeah, Your Honor, but I say it's irrelevant. So they overlap a lot in their meaning. In fact, if you look up relevancy or material, it says see relevance. But really, material is in the discovery phase, and you're going to need a chain of custody there. And relevancy is during the presentation of the case, and it's common knowledge. Those rules are more stringent. It might have been deemed material, but at trial, the other attorney could still, yeah, but it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter in this specific case. Either way, chain of custody is going to be argued a long way, and all the way. The incident handler's job from the time and I believe I used the word collected yesterday. There's another word in different menus, so NIST doesn't always say it, and that's acquire. So that process of getting evidence, first I have to discover, I do my e-discovery, and then I either collect or acquire. The ISC2 has a history using the word collect, but acquisitions, collections, whatever. I collect the evidence, and then I used identification, but you may say authenticate. And it's just a stronger word. It came from this machine. I documented the serial number of where this disk came from. And then you analyze it. And again, we don't want the forensics analyst to have the original. They're not really chain of custody experts. So that's why the incident handler makes an image copy and gives the analyst the copy. Go ahead, go at it, and see what it proves. Right? But always maintain the chain of custody throughout its life cycle. And we talked about the different disposal methods. Again, destruction, I could put it in a shredder, but watch out for those answers that have you burn it. While technically feasible, it's not usually legal. Degaussing electromagnetically destroys it. Not only is the data unretrievable, it's not like I can degauss and reuse. Overwriting allows me to reuse it. If I overwrite once, it's clear. To be compliant to a lot of DoD 5222-22M, 5220-22M, Maria probably has experience with that. You have to understand that if it's a higher clearance, if it's going to be top secret, I can't just do one overwrite. I had to purge, and the tools might require up to like 7, I think is the worst case scenario. But that still allows you to reuse the media. The degaussing or physical destruction does not. But again, in a cloud scenario, in our modern world, crypto shredding is our only reasonable solution. A company is implementing new security controls for sensitive data. Which sequence of protection measures would be most comprehensive? Just by being the longest sentence, that looks pretty comprehensive, doesn't it? A lot of tests are vulnerable to that. Remember I said Spock part of your brain, the logical part of your brain rules out wrong answers. Remember, that's how you take an exam. Rule out the wrong answers. You don't prove things true in reality, or maybe in math you can. But every time I throw this up in the air, I'm going to catch it. It would take forever to prove that true. Oh, I just proved it false. It's a lot easier to prove something false. So in that time period, you prove it false, and you go, and then you run out of time. You're like, I'm running out, and the Kirk part of your brain goes, I don't know, A is longer. I wouldn't do that first, but sometimes that works. I just say, but yeah, we got to have it throughout the life cycle. Yeah, throughout the entire life cycle. Remember, life cycle management from beginning to end, start to finish. A healthcare organization needs to send patient records to a partner hospital. What is the most important requirement to maintain chain of custody? Very good. A is not maintaining chain of custody. It would maintain confidentiality. You'd probably have to do that, right? But that's not what the question asks for. Get the order right. When you're taking a test, you're a waiter. You have somebody asking you for something, and the answer is one of those 4 items on your menu. That's all you got to do. Look at that menu and go, which of these are they actually ordering? Well, it's obviously not that. They don't want the soup. They already said that. An organization is decommissioning storage devices containing sensitive data. Which method provides the most comprehensive data destruction? I think when you say physical destruction, well, that's pretty darn comprehensive. As long as it's not cloud, where I don't have that ability, right? That's not an option when I'm taking it from some other vendor. But yeah, if I have it, I have the option. And again, when you take your exam, you're not necessarily a cloud customer. That's one of the hardest things about reading the perspective of who you are. You might be a disk operator, whatever, a security operations staff who works for the cloud provider too. So again, read carefully is your best countermeasure to pass this exam. Read the question, read every answer. Read the question again really closely now that you've read those answers and look for, is it one of these 4 menu items? And when you think you have your answer, read every answer again to double check. Oh, that last word that Arpita said to watch out for, not there. Point B looked perfect up until the last word in that answer. So read. It's your countermeasure. All right,
Larry,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt. They won the question before this one. Can we revisit that one, please? I just wanted to check what the answer. So the B was maintain detailed records.
So remember the
Okay,
operative term here was,
yeah,
so we knew, oh, sensitive records, what do we see? It said patient records. We knew, oh, you got to encrypt that. And if you were the cook and not the manager, you might have immediately, patient records, look for encryption. But that's not what the question asked. It asked you chain of custody and detailed records of how the information was handled.
makes sense. Yeah, that's what I wanted to clarify. Thanks for that. Cheers.
One other thing about asking questions, guys, and remember when I said that, oh, I don't want to ask that, it sounds stupid. I have found in my years of teaching that if you're thinking a question and I have 20 people in the class, I'll bet you at least 5 other people were thinking the same thing. And they're very glad you asked it. So don't be shy. I'll let you know if we're getting really close on time and I need to move. But other than that, it really makes the class come alive. So we had this. We said A. All right, 2-3. Information, provisioning of information. And again, the thing you want to really watch out for is deprovisioning. And even at a simple level, because sometimes I go very deep with my AI blockchain and we don't need to get that deep. 50% or more of this test is very fundamental. Policies tell us what to do. Standards are specific techniques, procedures give us instructions. And no matter what it looked like, continuous monitoring will help us right size it as things change. Those things are, and a very important fundamental thing is deprovisioning. And I said that AIs are not going to call you, but even a simple level. When Bob doesn't have provisions, he makes the call to the help desk. I can't print, or I can't get this resource. I need access to that app. When people aren't provided with the necessary resources to complete their tasks, they let you know about it. But when people still have provisions, even if they have the best intent, hey, they still let me see social security numbers, I'm going to go in there. I don't mean it's going to be like that, but they're still caught up with other things. People are busy. Everybody's busy. Everybody I know has tasks to do. And if you give them one extra process step, now it's no longer MTD. You got to put in MTPD. People like me immediately go, great, I'm going to have to take from Peter to rob from Peter to pay Paul. because it's not like I have free time, you know. So try not to do that. Try not to give people extra stuff. We try to automate, and it's tough. It's one of the biggest holes in security is deprovisioning access. In older books, they called it authorization creep because it's not just that they left the company. They could have just left that process area. And the classic example is people come in and say, that, you know, help desk. And the help desk, people give them access to the help desk stuff. And then he moves over to whatever, you know, network support. And they give him access, but nobody help desk removed them. And this keeps going on, and authorization levels creep up, and you become a super user, you know, for whatever reason. But again, in real life, I worry about APIs. Who brought up MTLS, by the way? Was it
Still Ross. Yep.
Ross? I couldn't stop thinking about it. And I said, boy, you know, one of my biggest things I say in real life is not the user, but the entity behavior analytics and stuff and deep provisioning. So I had to take a look at where we were on using it in. I said a student of mine brought it up, and I see as a huge benefit in tracking, you know, for OAuth connections. So just planting a seed to how architectures work. This will help us understand the next domain too. So it's not really out of scope here. When Microsoft, in my experience, created this ability for Word and Excel and PowerPoint to all share, say, anything from the same spell checker to I could cut and paste a Word document into an Excel spreadsheet and vice versa and all this stuff. What they were doing is allowing inter-process communications. You know, in the old days, I didn't have like my Lotus 123 could talk to my DBase. It just didn't work that way. But they had what was called a common object model built into the operating system. We're going to have to know a lot about how operating systems work and what they do. Operating systems have to know who you are and then provide access to resources, files, and folders. But they also have to know what applications are running. And by having in the operating system a shared library of functions that allow all these guys to use the same stuff, we allow inter-process communication. That's great. Now let's take the process of Outlook and have it connect to the process of Exchange. Am I going to run it on the same machine? Yeah, I could, but let's put them on a different machine, right? So now I have to take this common object model and put in an IP address. I had to put in some way to, and they did that. They did that with Microsoft DCOM, which has a bunch of overhead in there. It's not really fun to run on the internet. The internet was built for HTML. So in order to take that same concept, and other vendors, Microsoft wasn't the only one. I'm sure everybody at Digital Equipment could tell you we did that first. But taking HTML instead of Microsoft code, they extended it, XML, and they created SOAP, which allows communications between these different applications on the internet. Now, SOAP required that you speak XML. So that's like saying, hey, I can work with different, my restaurant can have somebody else that does all of the whatever bakery, and they can come in through the back door. Right. And they don't have to come through the customer stuff because I've outsourced my bakery services to them. And how do I ensure that they can work together to make sure they speak the same language? Well, that's good. But I don't know that, do they have to speak English? Let me write it down. SOAP requires XML to allow these applications to talk. But REST is open. And all we care, as long as you guys speak the same language, you don't have to use XML. So this ensures inter-process communication by ensuring same language. Because how could you get somebody, you know, whatever, I don't know how to spell, same language, and because how could the bakery work with your cooks if they don't speak the same language? How do I tell the bakery guys they're only allowed to bring stuff up to the baker's table? They can't go in the back room where we keep the meat and oh, that's a good point. We didn't talk about how to authorize them. How to set auth Z. We called these yesterday, we called them rights, permissions, capabilities, whatever, permissions. How do I set that? And they created OAuth. Nice, nice. Now I could say that API, the bakery's API, is only allowed to touch my bakery items, nothing else. And if we're speaking the same language, we didn't care about XML, we're using REST, I don't care, we're going to use Python. API comes in and I go, hey, are you the bakery? How do I know to do that? How do we authorize? I mean, authenticate, how to identify and authenticate? And that was usually put in by somebody at a programmer that goes, I don't know, why don't we put in a username and password? That's the way I do it. And they make up their own password system. And even if they hash their passwords or encrypt them, which many don't, they didn't salt them. So then they're vulnerable. The salt wasn't a nonce. So they're vulnerable to rainbow table attacks, whatever. You got to have the best practices. So OAuth 2.0 allowed open, it's part of OAuth 2.0 or allows or creates whatever open ID Connect.
Are you talking about like tokenization and like a certificate tied to that token to the authentication request?
OpenID Connect still allows for PKI. We'll just say PKI, but it's basically a signed token, right? Or they could do pre-shared key is still allowed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to bet that that's used in places where it's totally inappropriate. Now, if we are using PKI, are they proving who they are, but not asking who the other end is? So you who brought that up, MN, that question, that's exactly what I asked. I said, now that you brought that up, it had me thinking about, he brought up TLS. It is common knowledge, by the way, guys, that normal TLS, when I go to the server, we saw that the ISC2 gave me their certificate. They use some federated, passport to validate their claimed X.500 name. How'd they know it was Larry? They didn't. They just, because Larry said so. But mutual TLS would require, now it's hard to get Larry SMIME certificates. I don't even believe they're ever going to roll out. But for APIs, yes, they can. So why not have a signed token and use MTLS? And it absolutely says it's extremely popular. Well, I think it thought that you asked the part about, I said it was me. I said, in today's world, I often point out how API security is the hardest to lock out. In today's world, how popular MTLS is right now. I could see it being a huge benefit and probably very lacking. Popularity, you're actually astute. MTLS is indeed a critical mechanism, can significantly enhance API security when applied to these. Let's dive in. And it's growing, but unfortunately, despite it's still hard. But we're getting there. That's the answer. Thank you so much for bringing it up. I hope everybody gets a question on M. The M stands for mutual.
Yep.
And that would mitigate the man in the middle attack, which we're going to see today if all goes well, if Larry stops talking about it and just goes back to the presentation. All right, so that's great stuff. So the information, okay, asset security, tangible and intangible information. We talked about the importance of ownership. A lot of redundancies in here. It's okay. It should just reinforce what we know, but we need to know who owns this. It's probably a data owner in that process area, manager, process manager. That's not the same as a control owner. That could be a custodian, right? Firewall admin is a control owner, but these are data ownerships, and that's the customer sitting at the restaurant. That's who we got to. The control owner is the guy who runs the dishwasher, in the back. We need to know what we have, whether it's software or we talked about the importance of maintaining and identifying and maintaining an asset inventory, and it's hard. Larry's terrible at it. I forgot I had paprika 3 times, and now we got 4 bottles. But I'm putting paprika on everything right now. Life cycle management, nothing new here. From start to finish, how are you going to? Well, who's going to run it when you buy it? You can't just buy something. How many people have had that? Hey, we're thinking of getting that. Larry, in your free time, you could be that. You could take over that tool as well. And you're like, in my free time? What'd you just say to me? So when you get a new tool, you got to stop and think, who's our operations staff that's going to handle that? Who's trained for this? But all the way through the life cycle and continuous monitoring and destruction retirement. When you retire your car, like retiring a mail server, do you just drop off your car and leave it there, or do you first get the stuff out of the glove compartment and the trunk that you meant to keep? Be careful. When you retire a server or system, you're not necessarily retiring the data. You got to migrate that data, and there's a lot of stuff involved in that. So whenever we talk about secure disposal, it's not just making sure the disk was wiped. It's making sure any data on the disk that I still need is retained. As part of improving asset management, an organization assigns ownership of critical systems. Which responsibility best describes the role of an asset owner? Oversee the entire life cycle. Where are we on that? It's not a set it and forget it. Wasn't that one of your other great things, Arpita, about whenever it's set it, forget it? It was never the right answer.
Yeah, Larry, that's right.
I remember you saying that in one of our classes. When creating an asset inventory, which elements should be included to ensure completeness? I'm going to go with the longest answer. Hey, I told you don't always do that. Sometimes it's the shortest answer. But comprehensive certainly helps. A company implements a new asset management system. Which aspect requires the most frequent monitoring and updates? And once again, the longest answer. I might have to talk to him about that tonight when I generate the main four. Yeah, sure. We have to see how it's doing. How's it going? And the guy told me he aligned my wheel alignment. I still have to actually check my wheel alignment. I'm constantly stepping on the brakes. Ooh, why is it squeaking now? I learned about brake squeakers.
But that's not the reason why. Okay, so the reason why it would be A is because performances throughout the entire life cycle.
Oh, throughout. No, you're right. Performance. How well did we deploy it?
The other ones are not. You're doing it in phases, right?
Yeah. But when you say, okay, we're going to accept the risk of whatever using this system, we're going to accept the risk of transferring our mail to the cloud or whatever. You then continuously monitor how is it doing compared to the old one. How come the large attachments aren't working as well, right? And then you also look at the controls. You go, well, it's harder for me to revoke users. It was so much easier in our system it was like 3 clicks away to revoke access. Now I got to go like 7 clicks deep. So those are things, or whatever. I blocked it, but it still didn't happen. It took a while for them to register the change and actually push it out. So from the time I clicked on my console to the time the change actually got pushed out, So those are things you constantly watch for.
Well, it's also the keywords, right? You got monitoring and updates. So performance does all that. It monitors, analyze reports, updates.
Yep. Well, you have a lot of experience there. I was thinking during lunch what really could have contributed to you not already being a CISSP. I got to believe, and please don't take this the wrong way, it was your mindset walking in. You obviously have all the technical and background administrative years of experience. There's no reason other than you went in there and go, I don't know. And you did. If you had read every one of those answers with a calm attitude, I promise you're going to go, oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I should relax more. I think you just need to relax. And there's no way that you don't already have this knowledge. You've already demonstrated. I hope that you find value in this class, but I already know technically and otherwise you have what it takes. And as a performer, I'll just say it's performance anxiety. Does the basketball guy always hit the basket? No. And that's what you know how to throw that ball in there. But for some reason, when you're under the lights, your percentage is going down. And that's what we need to see why. What is it about the live performance versus? All right, 2-4, the data roles. We talked a little bit about the roles. One thing I really want to make sure that we drive home too, especially with like GDPR type kind of rules, is that the difference between a data owner and a steward. Now, I keep using that analogy. If you're the head of HR at Microsoft, you are the data owner for the HR data. You set the classification scheme. You're the one that says this type of data will be classified thusly. And it show whatever, and each classification will be controlled this way. And then if you have departmental offices, you will have a data steward. The data steward does not do any of the policy requirements that what makes the classification scheme work that way, but they make sure when they're handling that data that they ensure that it's handled that way. When you're dealing with PII, my doctor doesn't have anything but stewards there. When you're the controller of PII, all you are is a steward. All right, so if you need to understand what's the difference between a steward and an owner, the owner is the ultimate, decides what you can do with their data. Now, if my doctor says, "Oh, but we want to share it with the insurance company," I go, "No, I'm not going to let you." But that's how the process works. I get to opt out. Well, then you're not stewarding. That's about all I can say. I'm not going to tell them that you got to change your process, But if we all agree, they're the stewards and have to make sure that it happens. So remember those roles. And then everybody else could be a user, right? So the other customer service people are users in that thing. And of course, me and my background support, making sure that it's backed up or whatever traveled through the network. And while it was in my custody, we are custodians. So owners, stewards, users, custodians. I think everything else we pretty much touched on and other things. If you see a bullet, we do want to understand, just in case if you're not familiar with the term, data that remained. Well, that's because I didn't delete it. No, I didn't mean that. I meant you thought you deleted it. That's data remnants. So when I deleted a file on a disk, all you do is typically tell the file allocation table, "Hey, you can write over there." Right? That's like saying if anybody remembers VHS tapes, it's like saying, "Hey, you could overwrite this one." But if you don't overwrite it, and if we store things in blocks at a time, Microsoft stores whatever, a 10 meg file, but it'll be broken down by default in 512 byte chunks or blocks. And if I write a 2 byte file and it fills up a block, right, there's still left over 510 bytes. That's known as slack space. Slack space shows up in CISSP and information security in two different ways. One way is people found tools to write data there. I'm going to hide this file behind a 2 byte file, and you didn't know it was there unless you have some admin tool that knows how to look at raw disks instead of the file allocation table, because Windows File Manager wouldn't show that. So that's using Slackbase as a covert channel, and they've done that before. But we have other issues with Slackbase. I wrote a 10 meg file, and then I deleted it. Well, that's a whole bunch of 512 byte files, right? And I say delete it. It just says they're all available. And then somebody overwrites 1 byte of it. I've got all the 10 megs minus 1 byte of residual Slack. And I don't know about today, especially with SSD drives or everything, but there was a time around 2001 where I worked with some very good top-level 3-letter agency guys that said about 20% of any disk, this was the average disk, was like 100 megabits. So 20 megs was dedicated to residual Slack. Data you thought you deleted, still there. So data remnants happens a lot of ways. You find it in caching controllers. It's still in cache. Oh my gosh, you got to flush that. You know, a lot of times we cache our reads, but not our writes or something like that. You got to figure out what works for you. Anyway, it is an important security control to understand. That's why an image tool is better than like a DOS or Windows copy, because if you just copy, they just copy the meaningful data. If you do like an in-case enterprise image tool, it's going to copy the residual Slack data and any other data remnants. All right, so we went through these terms. You can, I left out processor. So if I give my data to my doctor, and they process it in-house because they're not just good at doctoring stuff, they tend to be good at managing computers, then they would process it themselves. But today that's not usually true. Almost everybody's gone to the cloud. They're putting it at AWS, they're putting it at Azure. And so they become the processors of that data. But remember, as far as I'm concerned, it was under your control. You were supposed to work closely with me, since it's PII, to oversee and see that things were done right. So I'm blaming you. You lost control, and you were supposed to be in control. But it was our processor. You bring it up with them. That's not my problem. And the user of the data, if I'm in HR, and if your HR is looking up Larry's PII, I'm the subject. Yes, these roles, well, that's a great question, Ross. I don't know. They claim they're, but I think we're going to see AIs that aren't admitting that they're people, that they're AIs right away. Like when, click here to prove you're not, to prove you're human. I'm picturing that's not always going to be a trustworthy, but for our exam, that's probably more to the point. Yes, I would expect these roles are always human. Could they be applied to Apple? I've never heard it that way. I want to keep an open mind, Ross. I've never heard anybody apply it that way. Thank you. Thank you for constantly participating. Really, really helps. Again, I keep saying it, but it's not untrue. All right, so data collection, when you're going to collect PII, my doctor, you have to tell me why. You have to find the purpose. When we do this, you got to give me a chance to consent to that. You have to minimize what you collect. Why do you need to know that? I always get that problem when they want social security numbers, and it's not just me. Bruce Schneier, if you don't know who he is, look him up. He's a great cryptographer. He said that I know whenever people ask me for that, and I go, there's no way you actually need to know my social security number. He said, rather than argue with him, I would just make one up, and the function always works. If it's not your employer, they don't need it. Yeah.
Larry, what happens to data to be forgotten? Is it really forgotten, or do they pretend they do it? Is it still there?
Maria, let me address your point, and I think we're totally on the same page here. So imagine I say to my doctor, I'm no longer coming here because I moved, all right? And I have the right to be forgotten. Do I watch them take note? First of all, I find it so crazy that when I go to the doctor who knows me, I've been there before, I fill out my name and other stuff on 3 different things. This is for the such and such company. This is for that company. I'm like, well, why do I have to sign 3 times? So that's already crazy. It's in pen. And then they have to transcribe it. And I don't know, where did they put that? On a yellow sticky stuck to the side of the filing cabinet? So when I say right to be forgotten, where does Facebook put all my photographs? If I tell Facebook I don't want to be part of Facebook, do I really feel that Facebook got rid of everything? I know. I don't think for a second that they know how to do that. Even if they wanted to do that, I don't think they know how to do that. So no, Maria, I don't know what happens. I hope people are learning to implement what we do here, what we talk about here, and we implement, minimize, and we're going to see the next thing, minimizing our data collection, and that we use things like crypto shredding, and we respect that in the future, because that's the only way the future is going to work right, and that's our job. Right now, it's a mess out there. All right. Also respect where your data is located. So somebody had brought up yesterday, it doesn't matter if you're in the United States, if you're processing a European subject's data, then you fall under GDPR because that's where the data is living. Data maintenance, just like anything, continuous monitoring, making sure we understand. And a lot of people test backups, but they don't always test recovery, do they? You got to periodically restore files and make sure you can. And I believe it's reflected on the exam. That's when you find out, oh, it doesn't really work the way it says so in the book. There's a step missing. And we talked about retention. Now, there's an important concept of retention. You may, like Google, think that that data is very useful. Data is power. Let's save all the data on what people search for. So when Google came out, they and other search engines were doing it too. They take the IP address of where the search is and the search criteria. Star Trek, whatever, blah 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 blah, and this IP address. All right. So they didn't say Larry did if I'm not necessarily signed in, but they maintained this stuff, and they were doing it for a period of 2 years, and then they acquired Viacom, or excuse me, YouTube. And YouTube was litigated by Viacom for copyright infringement, and now Google's litigated. And they asked them, "Do you log that information?" They said, "Yes, we do." I said, "For how long?" 2 years. "We'd like to see it." So they had to stop doing Google stuff and assign some team of people to reproduce 2 years worth of logs. And that's a lot of work. And they decided they might not want to do that. Now, overlapping with another test objective, when you go to court, it's not just what the law says, right? It's the common good. They're going to sit back and weigh reasonable person or prudent man rule. And if it's a person, if Larry, why did you do that? The judge and jury can go, well, I know what I would have done. But if you're a company, if you're Google, they can't say, I know what I would have done if I was Google. Prudent man or reasonable person works this way. They compare you to similar organizations. The top two search engines at the time, I believe, were Yahoo and MSN, I think it was. And those two had also maintained logs, but only 18 months. Google decided to shorten theirs down, not to nothing, because the data is useful, but they went to 18 months. You have to come up with retention policies that make sense for your business need. They cannot break the laws. If Sarbanes-Oxley says you have to hold that law for whatever 7 years, you're going to hold it for 7 years. But you do want to be careful of the more you store, the more controls and overhead it's going to take to maintain that storage. Whatever you store. When humans started storing grain, we had to protect the store from whether it was malicious attackers, rats, or just it went bad. Whatever. It's a lot of overhead. All right, we talked about data remnants, that when you erase a file, it's not necessarily gone. You have to come up with it's a dangerous shortcut. Even when your swap file. So this machine has 32 gigs of RAM. Microsoft was suggested a 32 gig swap file. That's parts of my disk that looks like memory, so it looks like I have a larger, working table. I could take more stuff out of the drawer and put them out on a bigger table. That's what RAM is. And when I shut down my machine, everything in RAM in the chips, they're volatile memory. No electricity, no retention of the data. But the 32 gig swap file still remained. Oh, I've had a lot of phrases, guys tell me. And up until maybe 2008-ish, all the hard disk things hard disk encryption in those days didn't know how to encrypt the swap file. That was a big step in disk encryption. Now you can. And we talked about destruction and the different methods, so nothing new here. Which of the following best describes the difference between the data custodian and the data owner? Data custodians implement and maintain the control. It's in your custody now, buddy. Take good care of it. Very good. When implementing data retention policies, which factor is the most important to consider? Oh, that was very fast. Yes, you don't want to break the law. Don't want to get a ticket. A company is retiring old hard drives containing sensitive customer data. Which combination of data destruction methods provides the most secure approach? Of these answers, you can't get much more secure than physical destruction. All right. 2.5, appropriate asset retention, really covered a lot of this. There are a couple of things on end of life versus end of support. So, they end of life is when we're not selling Windows 10 anymore. That doesn't mean they don't support it. But you better understand both of these for asset management. So and be planned appropriately. I just got patches break things. Do I have? I know I closed the actual VM. Do I have my virtual box? So all my work is done in this already. See, new version, and it's not up there. But all my actual work is done in a VM. I want to be able to change machines, but I have copies of Fedora. I had Fedora 3.8, and I got a warning just before the holidays, dude. This is end of support. So I actually made the update for but it's hard. And even my virtual box needs to be updated. And I'm afraid that means I'm going to have to update the utilities for that. And that's broken VMs before.
So how does that work, Larry? Because, I worked for major companies. There's a difference. And just because something's end of support doesn't mean it's really end of support. It depends on your contract and how fast you're able to make the transition, right? Because when I was at Raytheon working as a consultant there, I forget what version of Windows. It was something was end of support. Oh, it was the browser, right? 11 or something. But they gave leeway to major companies that needed that extra time. So just because in public it's end of support or end of service, not necessarily for major companies, right?
No, you're absolutely right. And the worst case scenario, I know the most extreme in my personal work is think of the challenge in submarines. They were not connected, right? They have to be able to go radio silent. So submarines go through a really strict, certification accreditation process. And I heard, I don't know, when did NT4 go end of support? NT4, right? I mean, Windows 2000 replaced it, and that came out in 2000. But they were running NT4 as recent as, I think, 2014 in parts of the Navy, particularly where subs are. That's what I heard. So just as Maria said, you have the stated, hey, we're going to stop supporting it. If you're whatever General Electric or whatever, you're a big company, and you go to Microsoft and say, hey, we're not ready, and they'll come up with a negotiated price with you. I'm sure they'll come up with something. So yes, there are definitely exceptions. Somebody has to accept the risk, Kim says. Thank you, Kim. An organization discovers several critical systems are running software approaching end of support. Which action should be taken first? You get think before you act. That's not what I thought, Larry. I just looked for the longest answer. I'm hoping you got it because it says think before you act. Always come up with a plan. What are the key differences between end of life and end of support? We don't make it anymore, but we'll still support it for another 2-3 years.
Your answers are biased to a speed, Larry.
Yeah.
No, I said your answers.
It
You
was
know, when you do the
document ended life, end of support dates and develop, right? Think before you act. It was Bravo.
no, I know that. I said most of your answers are biased to a speed.
Let's see if the next one does it. Let's see what happens. A critical business application runs on infrastructure approaching end of support. Which risk mitigation strategy would be most appropriate? Oh, I think you found, yeah, it looks like it really was biased toward B this time. It's hard to get rid of bias, isn't it? And it always seems to be B when it's Claude. And I'll confess this was Claude. And I told you I use Claude when I'm doing stuff like this because I find it hallucinates the least. It's not my most fun. ChatGPT is the most fun. All right, 2-6. Determine security controls and compliance requirements. And we talked a lot about this. Now, the data states was throughout its life cycle. I can create data. It is stored. A state is a point in time, right? Remember that we measure time in state. I was here. I was there. Synac, but we also measure time in process. To get from here to there, do this, So we need to remember that. Remember the entire data life cycle. We talked about the importance of tailoring controls. One size does not fit all. And selecting standards that are going to be compliant. What's that? Well, he might have been talking to somebody else. Sometimes that happens. I'll hear people tell their children, it's in the refrigerator. Either way. So we want to know data in use. Now, think about how encryption works. And this is the overall goal of our controls in SP 800-53. Controls, let's work from the bottom up. For instance, me, a crypto. I want to make sure that sensitivity or confidentiality of data is always there. I'm going to encrypt all PII when it sits on a disk. Of course, Larry's really a network. I'm going to use TLS, and if I can, MTLS, to make sure I'm mutual to secure it. All right, so now the social security number is encrypted on the disk. It's encrypted over the wire, and then it has to be processed by a server that needs to read it. This is the hardest part. We have cutting edge, bleeding edge technologies called homomorphic encryption that allow you to actually manipulate encrypted data. Microsoft has a product you can go into. I don't know anyone who's using it. Seal, anyone using Seal? But it's not popular. Now, almost everybody I know has to decrypt data while it's in use. This is when we do things like if you're a controller, you do masking. Don't let the customer service agent see that. They only see the last 4 digits. And if my process is going to use it and it's PII, I'm not even going to give them the real social security number. I'm going to tokenize it. Who cares if it's difficult or available? What are you referring to, Brad?
Who cares if it's difficult for availability, right? So if I'm a user, it's taken too long, you have to change that strategy.
Absolutely. I'm part of my background when I was at IBM and then as an independent, I supported Philadelphia's largest presence on the stock exchange. Traders don't want any delay. you do things that are fast. That's why most of my sniffing work is really application performance analysis, and it's not security work per se. I would find weird stuff as I was looking for, but what I was looking for, why is it so slow? That's all I really look for.
I worked at the NYPD for 20 years. So if you have a cop in the cop car, he's got to run a plate and it takes too long, he could be killed by then. So you don't want that to happen.
There you go. What do we call it? Just in time and delivery and stuff. Or no, there's another term, not just in time. It's similar to as needed access. There's a type of access control that actually it's cutting edge type thing. You might see one acronym on it to make sure it's like, instead of just RBAC and attribute based, which I've had a few questions on, they had something like, I forget what it was. It's like something like momentarily based. And it overlaps Arpita with privileged account management. All right, so anyway, scoping and tailoring, again, make sure that you right size your controls. We don't have to overbeat this up. That's what we're saying. Tailoring, very important concept in NIST, that you tailor the controls. You also tailor your assessments. Make sure the assessment is not over testing something. When you test your fire plan, your fire drill, don't light a fire. It's probably not necessary, right?
And that's why I think the ISC2 keeps reiterating the fact that it depends on your organizational needs. If you are a healthcare company, then you might want to place more importance on confidentiality. If you are a financial services organization and you are processing millions of transactions per second, then availability is really important. It doesn't mean to say the other two are not, but you really, when you're taking the exam, don't be biased towards confidentiality or integrity or availability. It really depends on the question and the context of the question, because there is no one size fits all. It really depends on the industry and the organization.
Strategically aligned to organizational requirements. Yes, don't overdo security.
I think Larry's favorite example is airport security, where it's so secure that nobody wants to fly.
There's a great, I think you may have heard me go on about a favorite book of mine, Speed of Trust by Stephen R. Covey. He talks about that if you do it wrong, we're going to secure ourselves out of business. He said before 9/11, it took it was cheaper to fly, and it was a half hour to move through the entire process. Now it's like 2 hours, and it just keeps getting worse. And it's like, it's so hard. Nobody even wants to fly. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we talked about the different standards and more overlap, bringing up 27001. Again, how does it apply? Blah, 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 blah. Nothing really big here. Digital rights management versus data loss. I got a couple of questions on making sure I understood the differences here. This is more about copyright protection, and it does like interesting features like setting up Larry's allowed to view this file for 6 months and then auto expire, yada, yada, yada. The file's encrypted. I can't do anything. It's to protect, the intellectual property there. Data loss prevention is for an organization to ensure that mostly we think of internal information is not leaving the perimeter. Now, internal information is often in the cloud. So CASB gives us a tool that allows us, and it often includes DLP, to monitor all of the data usage in the cloud and watch out for sometimes your users are doing stuff like this is pretty funny. Besides ransomware, another funny attack that people do is cryptojacking. And they get you to use your CPU to do whatever mining in their pet thing. And sometimes it's internal users. There have been people caught, internal admins, using the company infrastructure to do mining. It's a form of shadow IT. Shadow IT is stuff that's not being used, it's not supposed to. And CASB can help you mitigate that as well. So, if you stop me if you have questions on this. Just
Hey, Larry, can we go back one slide there real quick? The way I've used digital rights management versus DLP is historically in my world has been digital rights management control how long and who can use something in an authorized manner, and DLP is stopping it from being used in an unauthorized manner. I know there's an unauthorized, the unauthorized in the first one is beyond the authorized. Sort of in my mind.
Way to remember that. No, I think that's absolutely true, right? Digital rights management makes sure only authorized people can view it. Data loss prevention makes sure that unauthorized people can't. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so we just mentioned all this. You can go back and look at it, but it's not a big deal. It is worth a couple of questions. DLP is growing and growing though. My wife had CrowdStrike rolled out a module this year or last year with it. And for the first time, she's always having to prove that the problem that somebody had wasn't her CrowdStrike. This time it was. So I don't know how yours is working for you. They are doing man in the middle attacks. We moved to DPKI. This isn't going to work. But anyway, we'll talk about it. We kind of talk. I should say again, it does a man in the middle and it helps identify, as long as you classified your data, as long as you set in that label that this wasn't supposed to be, there's internal use only, whatever your right? So again, CASB is because people have so much cloud activity now and allows you to monitor what's going on. And there's all kinds of things. So again, when PII, like a social security number, is considered PII, do I really need to give it to anybody? What do they need that number? Maybe as to just keep it unique. I'll encrypt it and give some token that internally I'll match it. That number equals that, but externally it doesn't. Right. So, and we see this all the time in GDPR type context, where the controller needed to take PCI data and he tokenized it, the credit card number, before he gave it to the processor. Yeah, it does a lot of stuff.
I have a story real quick.
Yeah.
So what happened at one of my jobs, I won't say where, a woman was in charge of updating some servers from external to internally. She did all the right steps, but she got to the point where she had to push out the updates and forgot that the updates will put everything back to default, which left all the ports open. Thank God I caught it. And they went crazy. I said, what is this?
There was a recent event that, what was it? Oh, it was a CrowdStrike event too, that people lost access. It overlapped with BitLocker and they couldn't get their keys. My wife had to go, I'll say it, but it was just, something you just said reminded me of what happened in that event. I get a lot of my stories over the dinner table. An organization is implementing new security controls. In which state is data most vulnerable? Yeah, when it's actively being processed, this is when it's decrypted. I know I can encrypt it on the disk. I can encrypt it over a TLS or IPsec or whatever. It's very hard to encrypt stuff. Mississippi. I'm just curious. That was one of the first words I learned to spell, by the way, Kim, but it has nothing to do with this question. I don't know why. I think my sister taught me MASSI, I don't know why I learned that, but I did. Anyway, I'm not sure what you're saying there. But you are bringing back irrelevant things. So I hope you're proud, distracting everybody.
You said which state was it most vulnerable?
It's most vulnerable in Mississippi. All right, now I got it. And we did that. I'm sorry, you had to go one Mississippi, two. That's another time we did it. We play football touch anyway. Yes, when it has to be decrypted in most cases, and that's a company implements a CASB. Which security concern does this best address? Of these answers. Yeah, we just kind of talked about that. There's inappropriate usage of systems. It's a lot better now, because there's a lot more monitoring. When I'm old, I can remember all kinds of wild stuff being done with systems. Even my mom would always abuse work resources. In September, when you get that list of things you need for school, we were kind of poor, so I don't blame her, but my mom would steal it from work. She'd go, oh, I can get that from work. I can get that from work. I joke around. Other kids had like Philadelphia Eagles loose leaf books. Mine said something like General Electric on it. A healthcare organization is selecting security standards for their new telemedicine platform. Which approach to standard selection is most appropriate? You don't like A? Yeah, on the appropriate, right? We want relevant stuff. Our security can't just be whatever efficient. It's got to be relevant based on our needs. Yeah, it's got to be tailored. All right, that's our domain two. Yeah, check my time today. Oh, I went a little over there, but I hope we could hit the tasks right, and it does overlap a lot with our risk assessment, right? It was better, the risk assessment is identifying our assets, threats, and vulnerabilities. This is all our assets again. So we just got a little more detailed in understanding, not just identifying, but throughout the life cycle of these assets. How do we maintain security of these things? Cool. All right, let me pause the recording. All right, welcome back, everybody. Domain three, security architecture. Now, if you've taken my class before, this took me a long time because I had the operating systems in one part, how computers are architected, a single computer, right? How does it work? How does the operating system separate people from the devices and make sure? Why is it that these files are mine? I'm the data owner. And if I go to properties, and I look at security, since I'm the owner, at my discretion, I should be able to set the permissions. This is a discretionary based operating system. So the owner is me. Does it have owner name here? It shows you the object, the actual file. The owner is me, right? And I could change permissions and I could grant, in capabilities of the orange book and the better the Padgett model is read or write. Are you going to be reading or writing? I'm going to be doing something else. I might modify stuff. I might execute it. I might want to bring out some things that since I don't have slides on them, we call these permissions. It says so right here. And I can give them to an identity or a group or role. All right, so I could assign them to. In the Orange book, they called them capabilities. And all they thought about was read and write. But people do more than that. If this is from the Bell LaPadula, I thought it was La Padula. You don't have to pronounce it. It doesn't matter how. All right, then we had this. But Microsoft did more. Microsoft implemented the Graham-Denning model. 8 permissions and maintain ownership. Pretty cool. So Microsoft actually implemented more than just basic discretionary access control. My Red Hat Linux, my Fedora Linux only lets me go read, write, execute. So that used to be very testable. What is the Graham-Denning model? Bell LaPadula, we're just worried about confidentiality. No read up, no write down, whatever. We'll see that in the slides here. We know that in ISO terminologies, in the ISO, if you're going through like an ISO audit, it might call it entitlements. I'm a member of sales. I should be entitled to read the sales folder. So there's other terms. Now, in my computer, I've got a disk drive, we'll say. Draw it that way, even though it's solid state. And I give permissions to either an identity or a group. So they can read a file like this PDF file. And that's silly because no human can read a PDF file. In order for the operating system to expect that Bob can really do this, he's going to need an application that knows how to read PDF files. So now I have subject. I have the object he's trying to see, the file. And there's no way he can see that without an application. And let's imagine that this is an XLS file, payroll.xls, and he needs to read it so he can dump it to some storage archive thing. Does he need to read the content of the file? No. He could run the application called the backup utility. I'm going to say that the role of operators can't use Excel to read that file. They have to go through a different application to read that file. It's the same. They still have to have the file permissions. They still have to, but they must go through an application. And that is Red Hat Linux by default in a very similar version of the Clark-Wilson model. It's actually a light version of it. It's called targeted if you actually have to work with it. Targeted. Where Bell LaPadula, it can also do that, but that's called multi-level security mode. So that's what Red Hat Linux can do. That's what my Fedora can do. It can either do, and this is cumbersome, I don't like to classify all of my data, so I leave the default, but that's pretty cool. So you can only access this object if you go through the authorized program. The Clark-Wilson model ensures that subjects, it's called the access triple. Ooh, is it? Tell me more. One, subjects must go through 2 applications, let's say apps, to 3 C objects. iPhone does that? Cool. So that makes sense, doesn't it? A lot more granularity of control. Wang Laboratories did that. When I worked at Wang Laboratories in the 1991 through 93, something like that. And they did the same thing. And I'm so thick-headed, so that's why I use the tape backup scenario, because I was the dope that held up class because I tried to tell them that their backups wouldn't work. I played with every tape backup, and in order to get people to do backups of Microsoft and Novell networks, I had to give the backup operators group full control over the system. That just wasn't otherwise they couldn't create directories for restores and stuff like that. And I was like, and they're like, no, you'd never want to do that. And I'm like, well, then it's not going to work. And they're like, must we hold up the class for this idiot? But in Wang Laboratories, you didn't give the rights to the person. You gave it to the backup program. And then I fought her on that. I go, well, once he's in the backup program, won't he just open up a command shell? No, that's a separate program. When I go, whatever, where's my CMD? That's a different program. This is a different program that just didn't come out. Where it is? That's not, I'm going to have Larry rights. I'm not going to have the same. And that took a while to sink in. But now that I get it, the Clark-Wilson model makes so much sense. So these are the kind of things we want to cover there. Now, again, the operating system has to know what applications are there and those shared libraries and stuff too. Right? We also want to understand how a machine is architected, in that I have a machine. Now, in reality, the memory counts like this. I'm going to say 0, 0, 0, and you'd count up. But for some reason, people don't write it like that. So people then will put 0, 0, 0 when they're showing me stacks and application, it counts down. Okay, because that's how memory is processed. For some reason, we started off with these rings. Ring 0 will be the operating system. Ring 1 will be this. And they're not really rings. They're really the operating system when it loads. When an operating system loads, it has to load the OS kernel the operating system kernel, the major part of it, must be in the lower parts of memory. It's in an area of memory, we'll call it ring 0 or protected mode, whatever, ring 0. It's a terrible name, but it's leftover, ring 0. And that's like if running in the first floor of the hotel. Only certain, people who work at the hotel are allowed to run on the first floor. That's just, where you're not allowed, you don't want to assign rooms to users there. And then the way this was first came out was from an old Honeywell thing in the 90s. They said, yeah, device drivers aren't like regular users. This is like, the people have to come into the hotel every day and bring whatever suppliers, someone's got to picking up the trash all the time or whatever. And so device drivers, a special thing, have to have a device. Actually, device driver, I think they were here. It doesn't matter. Drivers would go in ring 1. And then another thing is when I say, change the IP address of the server or whatever, add a new disk drive. These are important utilities that regular users don't run. And people who check into the hotel aren't going to do that. So now I have a ring 2, and that's going to be for utilities. And that's 2, whatever. And then all the users, the normal users that check into the hotel are in ring 3. They're on the 3rd floor. Users, ring 3. Sometimes called user mode. Your phone and every version of an operating system I've ever touched has never used these. Everything's either in the user, the application mode, or it's in the system mode. You get a new app, you get a new iOS, and Apple protects that, quite a bit. It's hard for Android because they support so many different operating types, and device drivers, if they're not in ring 1, they're thrown down here. Utilities are thrown down here, and that's why a bad anything driver, any USB that says, would you like to install this? You say no. For the most part, because any bad driver gets in protected mode and can do whatever it wants. When we do some crypto and networking, we're also going to remember a couple other things about the way this works again. So let's draw this back out. I have a computer, and it has hardware. I have an operating system, I'll put it in ring 0, and people use applications. The application, the user types something, type in this Word document, the application says, is he allowed to save files? Yes, he is, and it puts it on the disk. But later on, when we wanted to send that to somebody else, maybe it's an email, your data now has to have addresses put on it. At the application, your data that you created, your email, that's the data, put a D in there, whatever. It's going to get a port number. Your operating system is going to get an IP address. And the hardware is going to have a MAC address. Other than that, everything stays the same. So just planting a seed when we get in the network, how all this works. When I was a little boy, you loaded up your command.com and everything was contained in the kernel in a single file. When you changed anything, you added a device driver, reboot. That was frustrating. Monolithic kernels have gone away for the most part. Maybe in an IoT device, it makes a lot of sense, a lot of support, easier support. But it's a lot easier to have microkernels to dig it. It's a little more modular. And now I can add hardware and stuff without rebooting and stuff. And then I could do even more. I can separate the part of the OS. Remember, an OS does three things. An operating system's job, still in the OS here, OS kernel must know, one, the users, two, the applications, because again, you can't run an exe file in an iPhone or whatever, because the kernel has to have these libraries that know how to run that. And then it has to know the hardware. And if I can use a microkernel, why don't I separate these? And you can. So in my virtual box here, just past it, I have separated the hardware, abstracted this with this VirtualBox manager, and these guest OSs don't care about that. They're virtual machines. These are guest operating systems. And underneath, what VirtualBox is, a hypervisor provides it. Now, this particular one is type 2. And it's Roman numeral. Don't get that wrong. This requires a host OS. Host. My Windows 11 machine here. A type 1, self-contained. SLEF. Easier to support, isn't it? I just got to go one place for patch management stuff, right? Oh. So this allows virtual machines. That's really nice. I can make a lot of changes without having to build the hardware. I'm kind of like an infrastructure as a service provider. But a lot of times, like if I'm Dropbox and all I want to do is we're really good at writing applications. All they want to do is write the app. They're going to advertise it to the users, but they don't want to even maintain a guest OS. So they actually use AWS's OS. They use their OS as a host, and all they do is write the application. That's platform as a service. But suppose a bunch of people are using Dropbox that day, and they need to scale up. It's a weird marketing term. Serverless. It makes it a lot easier. Platform actually comes in a lot of flavors. I don't want to get too far down that road yet. But there's a lot of different variants. All this is what enables the cloud. Now, sometimes you want to stay in the same OS, but Dropbox is running in the same OS at Azure as perhaps other clients. How do I make sure their applications, their shared DLLs that are supposed to be in the OS? Is there any way to contain? And that's what containers are for. And that's a lot less overhead. I don't have to do, again, even these guest OSs, they have an IP address. There's a lot of overhead here. If I just contain the application and the required libraries to a nice, neat little memory address space, that's the easiest way to roll out applications. So Docker allows me to contain applications, libraries. But with serverless computing, it would also scale up and be orchestrated by something like Kubernetes. Something like that. Right? So we have orchestration and container tool. These are stuff that I used to cover in my old slides, and I forget how much I cover. So if I do it redundant, you'll forgive me. But my favorite part, we're going to also get back to crypto and crypto attacks. We'll see if we hit it today, but I think we got a chance to get in there. We'll see. Some of this is a long section, just 3.1, but 3.13 is really big. I even broke it up to 10 questions for that one. So threat modeling, we talked about already. We're trying to figure out what's out there. We talked about Dread and Pasta and here again, it's redundant. And Microsoft Stride. by default. If people don't need it, don't give it to them. Don't put a steel door in a straw house. That's defense in depth. And a lot of that overlaps with the very testable term about zero trust. And it goes down there. Or trust but verify. Zero trust, in my experience, is pretty much like don't trust anybody but us. Be careful. It's more of a marketing term. Ross is surprised that Kate said server meshes on CISSP. Oh, cool. They might not mention Kubernetes, but they will talk about orchestration. You'll need to know that that's always included in serverless as opposed to traditional. Fail secure is actually a very cool thing. And that's what blue screening is. And it overlaps with something that isn't here, secure recovery, trusted recovery. Trusted recovery, it's old Orange Book stuff. Fail secure, the blue screen. A device driver from a third party failed, and you don't know that it's kernel mode. You shut the doors. In IT security, be careful. This is part of fail, actually, I'll put it in quote, fail safe. In physical security, hey, the power's out. It's on fire. Let's leave the building. The doors are locked. My badge isn't working because they're electronic and they should fail open. But this is IT security. In IT, typically it's closed. When you fail closed, it's called fail secure. What's it called when you fail insecure? No, they call it fail soft. Well, why isn't the other one fail hard? Do you guys even sit in the same office? Whatever. Actually, it's fail secure, I should say. Fail secure. If you see it, they're both part of, and you have to define a control failure policy. Nothing's perfect. When you make controls, don't expect them to always work. Right? What am I going to do if the firewall goes down? Yeah. What if the roof crashes in? The downshift. What if the brakes fail? Downshift, right, guys?
Human safety first.
Human safety first. And that's why we fail open in a physical. I just wish the names were different. Keep it. We used to use a different one, but the KISS principle still holds. We would a different acronym, but the fewer parts to break. They're very basic there. Segregation of duties. We see this a lot in our access control. We talked about role-based access control. Zero trust. A lot of this is with understanding. I don't want to get too deep here, but when we authenticate people to use application today, we're probably using some SAML OpenID type of thing, to do that. And we're just giving them application access. When you let people like dial into the network and stuff, they're getting layer 2 network connections. You're connected, you're part of the network, you're allowed to send. So whenever people were able to do that, we'd authenticate with and dial up that time. That's why it was called radius, because we thought you were dial in, but we could use radius for all kinds of stuff. But when you dialed in and connected in radius, you have a layer 2 connection. You're allowed to talk to the network. That's probably not what most people need. Most people just need to get access to that one API or the couple series of them. So access control is changing. In the zero trust architecture, we almost never give the device full access to the network. We let that device have access to whatever certain APIs, but it's what we call perimeterless. We always assumed we had an internal network, right? If he's in the data center, it must be trusted, or if he's in the building, he must be trusted. It's not true anymore. We don't assume that. We don't assume that you're working from home. Always think privacy by design. I got trashed, by the way, last year for suggesting that when the ChatGPT client for Mac was storing conversations in clear text, on LinkedIn, and I said, well, there goes a basic principle. Why would you store things in clear text like that? And these developers, a lot of people store things in clear text. And I was like, I didn't say a lot of people didn't. It doesn't make it right. A CISSP, oh, I think that's what I said. I said, no, something a CISSP would know never to do. Privacy by design. We just assume, just in case. PII, I mean, think what people are saying to their chat GPT, right? A shared responsibility, very important in your cloud contracts and understanding. It's really true in any service. You know, anytime you have a service agreement, you'll have some, especially in networking, a demarcation point of where does this end and what part of this is customer premise equipment that I'm responsible for. Very important in your SLAs and your contracts with your cloud providers, you understand. And a very consistent, though hard to interpret sometimes, theme. Let me look it up again. I think we may have looked at it in this class already, but just in case. Now, that last song, by the way, Maria, was Harry Connick Jr. Great, not just a singer of the classics. He also writes his own songs. He wrote that.
He went to my church.
Oh, did he really? Are you from Nolans?
No, he used to live in New Canaan, Connecticut.
Oh, good. That's awesome. I love his stuff. So we were looking at the cloud shared responsibility matrix. I want you to watch out for data security because a lot of people misunderstand. But if you look at the way it's worded, it's not wrong. So let's pick the first one. I need something kind of big. Put something, please. Oh boy, I should open up a big one. Oh, up here. Let me see if I can tool size real quick here. Not gonna start this. I'm just going to zoom up. All right, so I forgive the blurriness of this. Cloud responsibility or cloud customer, excuse me, cloud customer, cloud provider. So I'm using AWS. Well, physical security, if I'm doing it on-prem, I'm responsible for everything. But as an infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, SaaS customer, and what is this, Fire? I don't know what this one is. It's pretty much some of it. That's the whole point is I transfer the risk of running physical security, of running other stuff, the server itself, other network controls, the routers. There might be stuff like the SQL servers belong to them, but it's hard to do. The platform is a lot of different stuff. But when it comes to data, oh, that's always the customer. No, data classification and accountability is, but not the protection while it's in your custody of ensuring that it wasn't corrupted or overwritten or hacked through some other key management issue that you did. So be careful. Yes, it's your responsibility to classify your data. If there was a loss because you didn't classify it, set up the proper role-based access controls, assigned to go through the life cycle yourself, that's all shame on you. But if in your storage or archival process, it gets lost because of them, of course it's still their fault. Still, when you're taking an exam, I would look for that. Everything but the data. Data is always customer. Usually good enough to pass you on the exam. And secure access service edge. So many Netflix, probably the coolest, to keep the data closest to me. They got this giant content delivery network, And so the first time I access, if I'm the first person in my neighborhood to watch this TV show, I pull it down from their headquarters. But I'm in PA, just outside of Philly. It's probably sitting in some service edge there now in the caching controller. So the next person will use it. And a lot of times there's processing done right there because that speeds stuff up over the network. So we're trying to bring the some of the provider stuff closer to the customers. Well, I'm pretty sure you protected your data center. Where are you at the service edge? I don't know, because I might live in a rural area. I don't know where that service edge is. They're using old Joe's garage there, So be careful. It's usually the physical security issues on service edges that we got to watch for. Although I always wonder about, one thing I've learned, and since I know we've got some techie people here, when we get to authentication, I keep saying, who is the hardest part? For some reason, when I ask you something that I intend to write down, I will ask, and who are you again? But if I ask you something, I'm just going to ask for directions. Hey, how do you get to the so-and-so from here? I just go right there. Oh, thanks. You didn't ask that guy to show any. How do you know he didn't give you bad directions? Whenever we put something in cache, whatever DNS entries, ARP table entries, for some reason we don't ask the CID. And what are the content delivery networks all doing? They're all doing giant caching controllers. So I just picture they're probably really vulnerable, or could be, to huge amounts of cache memory exploits. But just my paranoid mind. All right, so nothing new here. We talked about what threat modeling is. We know what it is. We're trying to figure out what could go wrong. The concept, if they don't need write access, just don't give it to them. Now, role-based access control simplifies a thing. No, only people in HR can see social security numbers. That helps. But you may want to consider where they are coming from, what time of day, and other usage things. So why is Bob changing his phone number every 10 seconds? I know he's allowed to, but that seems weird. But my questions on my exam on attribute, and there were close to a dozen. And that's what I kind of remember. I'm going to go with my memory. Oh, he says, don't trust his memory. But whatever the case is, they were always about limiting it based on time and location. In addition to role, you wanted to make sure only people at this site or this IP address segment or during work hours, something like that. So that's additional attributes. And dynamic adjustments. We know that things are always changing, always changing. Defense in depth, we mentioned, don't, it's like I said, put a steel door on a straw house. You have to make sure that everything from, holistically, administratively, physically, technically, preventive, detective, and response. And where my physical securities came up were almost always like this. So I had a couple of physical security questions, and they were basically like, all right, here's a site. And there was one, it was like it wasn't a nuclear power plant. It was some type of electrical power plant. And they had some preventive controls. They had a lock or something. What else would you do? And they had more preventive controls, but one of them was a camera. And I go, I'd rather have a preventive and a detective than two preventive controls. So it's, defense in depth, that kind of thing. And sometimes it's the worst part. As an IT person, I will argue that if you make secure defaults, it's harder to use. So people go with a default. It was easy to set up. That's why Microsoft beat Novell. I'm sorry, Novell was a much better operating system, but it took an admin to set up. Your receptionist could set up a Microsoft network. And also we would have problem as a packet analyst. Default SQL servers used to be awful. Over a network, they were so slow. You had to tweak so many default sessions. But we know probably on our test, default passwords, PBXs, whatever you got. People, I remember when you would go to, like, there was all the dumpster diving. Did you know Kevin Mitnick found the password, the default password for this PBX in the trash? Since like 2010, they've maintained default password lists.
Hey, Larry, on the exam, for a camera, I see someone, so it's a detection. They see the camera. It can be prevention, but not necessarily.
No.
Right.
When a detective control is obvious to the attacker or to a person. So if they saw the camera, it won't prevent them, but it will act as a deterrent. It's not primary usage of the control. Its primary use is still detective. But it is common knowledge, you bring up a great point, that if a detective control, and that includes logging, that people know you're logging where they go, whatever that is, If people know that they could be detected, it acts as a deterrent. Hidden cameras don't provide deterrence,
Right.
right? No, but you had a very good point. But do remember that nothing is primarily a deterrent. So if you buy a phony camera, no, that's the only good use of it. It's not considered good security. But even a fence, if you see it like just seeing a 1 foot, seeing hedges, but people could step over it, but most people won't. Having a little rope, at the movie theater, most people, anybody could walk over that rope or move it, but most people won't. It deters them. Signage and stuff like that, and they're all testable. Those things could show up. Provides direction. I also turn off unnecessary features if it doesn't need to do that. That's just more, if nothing else, CPU utilization. Fail secure, we said that there's a different, but I didn't get to that part. Once something fails, so the machine blue screen, when you turn it back on, is it going to come up in a clear state? That was another consideration in computer security, and that's actually known as, I didn't see it in here, but they used to always ask about it, trusted recovery. That's the ability to run like a scan disk and clean up any, because your machine's blue screen, I don't know what state it was in. Where's the swap file? So trusted recovery is when I bring it back up, I can bring it to a trusted mode there. Segregation of duties, we up, right? We know that it's good to do for a lot of things. Role-based access control really helps here. And a very important thing that we used to do, and it's still kind of respected, is to make sure that developers can't test their work. We have a separate testing group. Testers may not develop or even run it in operations. The admins or operators may not be testers or developers. Those are three, but they're all important perspectives. When you're using an application, especially when you're trying to roll them out. So now we tend to get developers and operations staff and maybe even security personnel involved with the user in doing DevSecOps. Anyway. But we want to overall just find out if Bob can actually separation of duties is part of a two parity. Maybe I shouldn't make that up because it shows up a few. What was that, Ross, about the CrowdStrike?
Yeah, so I think like after it was Delta or whatever it was, they had the outage and they tried to access back into their operating system. And CrowdStrike basically said you need to enter a passphrase or something, and it was like kernel level login, and no one had access to actually get past it because CrowdStrike, once there was a system failure, the agent defaulted it back to like kernel system startup or BIOS startup. I can't remember what it is.
And because they needed the user's private key to get access to the session key to the bit, like no hard drive for it, right?
Yeah, but these, I mean, these are systems that are, spread apart, airports and everything. Like no, distributing those keys where it's next to impossible.
That was her week, but and it was like it was over the weekend, so
Yeah.
there were users that they were unaccounted for. Like we still have 50 workstations. She had like hundreds of thousands of workstations she had to help roll out and regress. And there was a fix from CrowdStrike, but it required that they had physical access on the network. Had to be on the network at the time, logged in or connected. And they're like there's like 50. They're probably laptops. People have them home, and some of them were able to power it on and do it themselves and walk through the fix. Others had to bring their laptops in on that Monday.
Yeah, it's crazy, crazy failure. You just made me think of that in your previous slide. Like secure fail or secure. I can't even say it, but yeah. Anyways.
Now you bring up a good point. Trusted recovery should also include having access to the decryption keys, because they got lost there. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So when we have a process that we think is very sensitive, and I don't think Bob should be able to write checks all by himself. We might want to mitigate the opportunity for fraud. Think how fraud works. If I give the parking lot attendant to my keys to my car, can I prevent them from driving my car or going in there? No. Once you transfer the risk, any more than I could prevent the Uber driver from getting in an accident. Once you transfer and give somebody the risk ownership of a particular system, you can't prevent them from screwing up. If I give Bob the ability to write checks, he can write checks, but we may mitigate it by, well, if it's involved in, he can write it in the software, but somebody else has to print it. All right. Bob has the ability to fill it out. Alice has the right to print it. Or dual control. Dual control is they both have to sign the check. Well, it's similar, but in separation of duties, Alice might not know how to sign a check. So there's some confidentiality protection. It's common knowledge. Both separation of duties and dual control mitigate fraud, operational problems. And the fraud might not even be fraud. It might be a dangerous shortcut. Bob, you're not supposed to do that. So this will help. But separation of duties also adds in some confidentiality protection. Bob only knows half the formula for Coke. He doesn't know the other half. So that's separation of duties. And role-based access control really helps there. Dual control will mitigate those fraudulent things. It takes two people. And in either case, Bob could take the $1 million he was going to get with this fraudulent activity and offer half of it to Alice. And that means he doesn't get $500,000. That's why the test question says, which of the following would force an attacker into collusion? And you're going, what do you mean he's forced into collusion? Wasn't he a willing participant? Believe me, he wanted the cash all himself. He didn't want to share half the loot with Alice. My mother would point, there's no honor among thieves, Larry. He's probably intends to kill her at the end of the deal. No honor among thieves. All right, we'll keep it simple. That's all. Everything's simple. Everything's simple. We don't need to beat that. Zero trust, we mentioned. Again, it's understanding that we give people more than we need. There's no insider user directly anymore. We treat everybody as an outsider. I want to authenticate the machine. I want to authenticate the person on that machine. And they do it with, it is at an API level. When you like use a machine, say Microsoft, enter it and whatever, you authenticate it. It's looking at the TPM. That's what makes it unique. But it doesn't have to give it the ability to be on the network, not at a layer 2 thing. Microsegmentation was the answer to a number of my incidents, by the way, on my exam. I would use this to segment the affected host. So whenever there is a thing, and reducing the risk of lateral movement. So we do want to do that. Very nice. All right, we always said privacy by design. Just consider, what data do I really need? That's not. And the user control, this is all part of being GDPR compliant. So all this stuff overlaps with what we talked about. We talked about the shared, and always watch out for the data. Customer is always responsible, at least on an exam, but we know that's just managing the life cycle. If something goes out technically on their end, that's still their problem. The secure access edge, this is all types of technology to help push things out, it's closer to the user, saving processing. So only where that data only has to travel as far as it needs. But that means that these people got to put machines in other physical locations, and that's a consideration. And it's a big challenge. A company is deploying a new cloud-based application and wants to ensure its security is built into the design from the beginning. During the initial planning phase, security architects insist on implementing controls that restrict each component to the minimum access needed for operation. Which security design principle is being followed? And I can argue too, but I think I know which one. I would pick A because it is known as an architecture. Design and architecture are the same thing. Why not least privilege? Implementing controls, each component to the minimum access. That sounds a lot like least privilege.
I went back and forth between A and C.
It's not saying insider, they're both right. I think you're right, Maria. I think it is. And I apologize. I copied this in late last night before I fell asleep. There we go. Very good, Maria. You changed my mind too, I noticed. Let's see, was zero trust related to focus more on never trusting and always verifying rather than specifically minimizing access rights. And you caught that. Very good. And that's the question, was specifically on access rights. Security team is designing a new authentication system. They want to ensure that even if one security measure fails, other controls will still protect the system. Which security design principle are they implementing? I believe that's defense in depth. And, it's funny, when I first started, maybe it's my bias, but when I first started, I say, teaching this class and working with military, they made me aware of, talk about the extra friction. No bank would do this, a trading firm. But they had, at that time, every connection to the internet went through three firewalls, and they were all different vendors. So if somebody got through their gauntlet, then they still had Raptor or whatever to get through. So that was to them defense in depth. So for me, but fail securely, if you just know that, if looking at the meaning of the word, doesn't that sound like fail securely? But to me, fail securely means when the system fails, was everything safe? Very close. Yeah, ensures that systems fail in a secure state. I was just throwing a martial arts thing. I was taught when a young guy said that, and I had a funny trainer. He said, when you get hit really hard. You know what ain't useful? Walking around like this. That ain't helpful. You learn right away when you get it. You didn't even know where that came from. How he was there. You're like, boom, you immediately cover up and you throw a punch toward wherever you got hit. Like, what the hell was that? That's fail secure versus like, An organization is implementing a new financial system and wants to ensure separation between those who request financial transactions and those who approve them. Which security design principle best addresses this requirement? And some really aren't that easy. They really are. And if you're upset about question 34 really bothered you, and question 35 is this easy, you might miss it. That's why it's so important to just be level-headed. When you don't know something, go, I don't know. See, moving on. Don't let anything bother you. All right, I think it's time for a break, isn't it? Yeah. Well, actually, let's go 6 more minutes. That way we can do that break on it. Yeah, let me do that. I can get 10 of and 10. So we talked about the Bella Patch. It was just worried about confidentiality. No read up. If you're in, the second floor, you can't hear anything on the third floor. And when you're talking, write down. Nobody on the first floor should hear you talk. But you can hear everybody else. And they might be saying bad information and you believe them. Oh, there's a new phishing scam. I thought it was so funny. I get hit with it. I didn't click on it. I was telling my wife. It's a smishing attack. You've been removed from this group. What group? And then you click on it and it's a crypto. This is inside scoop just for you guys. Oh my God. I must have been in there by accident. And now I'm going to click on it. So integrity, it's nothing out of the Bella Patch model. So Ken Biba just flipped this upside down. If you're worried about integrity, no write-up, no read down. Don't have people picking up a Facebook article and thinking that it's, trusted news. Graham Denning, we know the 8 permissions, not just read and write. There's all kinds of permissions. And most important, can I transfer ownership? Right? It's all about ownership. The Clark Wilson, separation of duties. Subjects must go through an application, which then has the duty to be able to do, and well-formed transactions. Now, you know what that's kind of like? That it maintains a log. So if and this happened to me, I bring my car into the parking lot to get service done, and I had my headlights to be on auto. So they would auto come on when the room darks. Well, that was probably annoying to the mechanic, so he turned that part off. He turned the headlights off. I don't have a problem with that while he's working on it. Sure, that's fine. When you return the car back to me, would you put it back the way it was? Because I drove around having people flash their high beams at me, and I thought first I thought it was somebody else. I was like, dude, that's the second, third time. And I was like, oh, dude, that's you. So if you put in month, day, year in your database, but the back end storage goes day, month, or year, month, day, I don't care. Log that event and return it back to me. The Clark-Wilson model will maintain a log to ensure that data comes out the way it comes, the way it went in, and it's actually internal and external consistency. And I understand date fields were one of the problems. All right, Brewer and Nash. It's actually from an old Lloyd's of London insurance thing. It was before computers, and it related to like they insure Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Well, if you're working on Coca-Cola, don't go to Pepsi. That's not right. When you take your exam, you're going to be working on a Microsoft machine that knows how to implement this. That Microsoft machine's operating system knows how to invoke a web browser. It knows how to invoke the test engine. It will not do both at the same time. It's a Chinese wall. Now again, Bella Padua, no read up. That's the simple property, no write down. They didn't beat me up on this. This is old stuff. It is still in use though. It is. People think it's dead. No. Red Hat Linux does this, but it's not the default. The Biba model, they're both classified models, aren't they? They both use upper and lower boundaries of access. They actually both create compartments. It's common knowledge, at least on older exams, they are both multi-level, lattice-based. The lattice is a crisscross framework I've got. So they're lattice-based access controls with different classifications and different compartments. We watch how information flows up and down. Some people call them information flow models. Most people don't work with them. This is a wonderful thing. This is what Red Hat Linux does by default. Oh, I'm sorry. Graham Denning is Microsoft. They do implement this. This is the different types of access, right? 8 basic commands. Don't need to memorize what they are. Clark-Wilson, again, is that, subjects must go through an application. And this is how the targeted mode, the default mode of Red Hat Linux works this way. Brewer and Nash, again, when you take your exam, Microsoft is running this. It's a dynamic access control. You can load a browser, you can load the test engine, but you may not do both. A government agency requires that users cannot read data at a higher security level than their clearance, but can write data to higher security levels. Which security model best describes these requirements? The old Bill Lapadula, whatever. I was corrected by Sean Harris, so that's why I still say LaPadula. I didn't confirm, but I'm honored to work with her. An organization needs to ensure data integrity in their financial systems by preventing users with lower integrity levels from modifying data at higher integrity levels. Which security model would best be? That's the old BIBA. I don't know anybody who still does BIBA, to be honest with you. BAE Systems used to do that. Maria, you might have worked with them. If you ever worked with BAE XTS.
Yeah, but I don't want you to make me that old, okay?
Okay. Well, you could have been, a teenager. A consulting firm needs to ensure that analysts working with one client's data cannot access information from competing clients. Which security model would best address this requirement? No, Graham Denning gives you a bunch of different access permissions. See, Brewer Nash. Yeah. Dorothy Denning. I didn't check to see if she accepted my request. She's on LinkedIn. Dorothy Denning. No, it's the Brewer Nash. Brewer Nash still isn't young, but now Neil Young won't perform with them. And no, I don't know. Sorry. Really old. All right, let's take our break now. Oh, we went a minute over. There we are. All right, so we had a lot of this. Again, we talked about in operations, or excuse me, in domain one, that when the customer told us our order, we need this. We have to figure out what type of exactly standards and what configurations do they need, what procedures would make sense. Now, one thing we need to remember is that we never short scope. You might give people more than they need to get things done. I want you to consider how process management and efficiency maturity work in this context. If I'm going to drive my car through a garage door opening, one thing for sure in the design of that garage door is it better be wider than the car. If it's shorter than that, it's not going to work. So that's why we never short scope. But what are we going to do? Make it one atom on either side of the car? Most people cannot drive with that level of precision. So do we look for 10 feet on either side of the car? That's really far out of scope and would be a significant waste of time and money. So we watch the process. We try to identify room for shift and drift. No process is going to be, my printer does not print the same document over and over again exactly the same. To my eyes, it does. But there is some shift and drift. That is the thing about machines. If you ask me to handwrite it, the fonts are going to look different in every one of them. So we always allow for some shift and drift. So process efficiency is that I make the garage door just wide enough to where we're not getting the car scratched, Again, we have to make sure that they fit us. So whenever you implement a standard, make sure it's tailored with the appropriate whatever bit length and however you need to do it, the number of whatever characters in a password, however you configure. A security architect is designing controls for a new healthcare system. The architect wants to ensure that security requirements are identified before selecting specific controls. Which of the following is the most important step in this process? Right, and it's the hardest part. This is the waiter at the CISSP, right, at the table asking the person what they want. I got to figure out what they want. And it's very hard to do. The company is selecting security controls for their cloud infrastructure. During the selection process, they realize they can't reduce the scope of required security measures due to regulatory requirements. According to the security control selection principles, what is this concept called? Never short scope. You got to meet requirements. In the Titanic, when it went down, there was a couple things. It was just law. They were mostly doing or insuring. Lloyd's of London was insuring tankers and stuff. So how many lifeboats belong on a ship? And they used to base it on the weight of the ship, not how many passengers were. There were 2,700 passengers. They had lifeboats for something like 2,000. But even that didn't work. There was a lot of other process errors that happened. Interpreting of the instructions that were not quite clear. Yeah. In fact, this is literally the thing, because if you ever saw the movie The Titanic, the guy shows you, the rule is women and children first. The rule is that the limit of the boat, 75 people can fit on a boat, on a lifeboat. In the beginning, not everybody thought the ship was really going to sink. They didn't line up. So some people were lined up. And on each side of the ship, there were two security people doing the managing the boarding process. So now I've got, and this really happened, I think it was 12 people on a boat. All right, are there any more women and children? No. And they're the husbands and fathers or whatever standing there. Can we get on? No, no, women and children first. And they sent that boat out with 12 women and children, could hold 75 because there were no women and children waiting. And it said women and children first. And in the movie, there's a guy who shoots himself. That's supposed to be him. And there's no evidence he shot himself. And his family, I don't know what happened there, but supposedly litigated the movie. But it is important. The other guy read it as, all right, there's 12 people. All right, men, now you can come. And that makes a lot more sense. During the selection of security controls, a security team wants to ensure their controls align with industry standards while meeting specific system requirements. Which approach is most appropriate? Well, you went really quick there. Make sure everybody had a chance to read it. Yeah. Yeah, we know that that's very important that we tailor our controls to meet the scope. You may see it on your exam. It's very, very testable here for common knowledge that you need to have scoping procedures to ensure your configuration baselines meet the organizational accepted risk appetite. All right, really, we kind of talked about the TPM already. Encryption, decryption, we talked a little bit about that. Memory protection is a separate thing. Memory protection has a couple context, and I don't want to go too far out of scope. The point is, when an application is launched, it's like getting your own hotel room. What's to protect that what happens in that hotel room doesn't leak over to other hotel rooms? Like, I'm sure you don't have a key to get in my room. I hope that doesn't work. But you might be able to blast your stereo and some of it comes in. And when you say, in a policy of any operating system or any hotel, when someone checks out, you're supposed to clean the room. Do you think they shampoo the carpets? A lot of times when applications are unloaded, that memory is not really cleaned up properly, or the memory is not really protected very well. One of the most famous papers, watch my time, I'm going to make sure you get this, but one of the most famous papers ever in security is Smashing the Stack for Fun and Profit. Things have grown since then too, because it's not just the stack. You can see the heat, but let me draw something out here. In a computer, we know how a computer loads up, and it's got hardware and it's got an operating system. And I said it's like a hotel, and the operating system's on the first floor, or ring zero, whatever. I'll draw it like that, but that's really the first floor of the hotel. Ring zero. That's the OS kernel. And now you're going to load an application into a room in the hotel. So now the application is assigned a room in the hotel. It's a memory address space. So he's just going to say, and for some reason we count down. I'll make it a very small application. It started at 0000, or maybe make it, put them at whatever, D000. And it's going to run all the way to DFFF. Right. When your application, whatever word.exe loaded, an exe, an executable, loads in a portion of memory that people can't tamper with, called the text portion. This is like file, open, yada, yada, yada. I don't know that anybody's ever been able to overwrite that memory. If they have, I didn't find out. But there are other parts of that memory area that, well, first of all, if I'm bringing in a document, you got to let me carry in my unauthenticated stuff into there. What good is a word processor if you don't let me bring something in your memory? So that is called the stack. Now, word.exe has some core functionality, but spell checker is a separate DLL, whatever, but thesaurus. So each time I bring something from the hotel that didn't come with the room precisely, but I mean, I'm ordering room service from the hotel. It's their stuff. They can trust that. That goes into another location at the bottom of the text called the heap. And I'll do this in a different color. What's important about the bottom of the text or the bottom of the heap, if there's anything in memory, is how to go back and run the program. And that's the instruction pointer. Execute instruction pointer. What are we going to do next? And since I don't know as a user where this is, I don't know that they have loaded any DLLs in memory there. Where's the bottom? Where's the EIP? Because I know that's a pointer that's going to say, run this. So instead of inputting a Word document or whatever, I input malicious code. And I need to get the pointer to run it. So I just fill it up with a bunch of no operations. And so I say, all right, and then it's actually a hex node code 09. There's other ways to do it, whatever. Don't do anything. And you smash the stack. So when someone loads the program, it just goes boom and runs your malware. This is a stack-based buffer overflow. Clear this up and go to the see.
But not if you do a document check right before it enters the system.
Well, that's if it's a document. There's a lot of different ways to not all applications are Microsoft Word, but yeah, do some input validation is still the answer. So you're not off track at all. So the National Vulnerability Database for me is a nice search place. Not always that quick. It's really just a mirror copy of the MITRE database, but I find their search a little easier when it works. Let me search. Is it still working? Still thinking. It's still thinking. And I want to look up how many stack-based buffer overflows are there. And you're going to see there's a bunch of them. And it's not just stack. There are also heap-based buffer overflows. There are all kinds of ways that people get access to memory. One of my favorite hacks ever was probably Heartbleed. Heartbleed, it was an SSL vulnerability, open SSL, what everybody runs pretty much at their server, at web servers, that did this. Now think of what TLS has to do. You go to a web server and you generate, you negotiate a session key to encrypt between me and whatever Zoom. And you do one for Zoom and you do one for Zoom. And now Zoom has to maintain at the web server all these session keys, all these AES keys that we're using to encrypt the data. And they implemented a particular issue of if you ask for, I think it exploited a database functionality, and I say, give me, and if I said, suppose I asked Amazon to ship me whatever new guitar picks, I just have a thing here, right? And that's a little bag. And I say, would you please put it in a refrigerator box? So you say, I need a zip code, make the answer 3 gigs long. Well, what does Amazon do? They put a bunch of packing peanuts to fill that box. What did the server do? Grab memory from RAM. What was in RAM? Session keys for other people. Heartbleed is a very funny attack. It was only like a day before Metasploit had a payload to do that. It was really funny. So all these things to access memory, we want to come up with ways to counter that. All right, we talked about TPM. We know what encryption and decryption is. Memory protection, again, to prevent unauthorized access. We do, one of the, I learned about, it's more of a programming thing, but where they have the clean room, somebody might hear, it might be you, Russ, who knows that that's how cryptographic algorithms are developed. They don't want anything connected. So make sure there's completely isolated. TPM has a couple of functions. It overlaps a little bit with HSM, and some of my students get that confused. TPM is mostly associated with the private public key generation. Well, first of all, mine is from MSI. MSI puts in a chip already that identifies this as an MSI. There's a private key for that. When I configure the system, it creates a private public key pair for me. That's how my Windows Hello can do things. And then when I want to do other utilities, whether it's BitLocker or other things, my TPM can create the keys for there. You know what it doesn't do? Actually encrypt anything. I mean, you could argue, well, it's encrypting the key, it's encrypting session keys, it's encrypting hashes it can sign, but it's not running AES to encrypt my hard drive. That's BitLocker's job. That's what the TPM can do. The HSM can do that. The hardware security module has an ASIC, an application-specific integrated circuit, like a GPU that's just dedicated to only run that application. And also, when we create, this is a little deep here, but if you're following along, otherwise I wouldn't worry about it. When you do a BitLocker, it's not going to do the encryption. It doesn't do that, but it does use a true hardware-based random number generator to create that session key. That's not like when I do a TLS conversation and my software generates some number. When software creates a random number, it's considered pseudo. P as in pseudo, whatever. But so P or as in software. But this will generate a real, and it's debatable. Some people argue that's not true, but the claim is this. Key storage provider apply here. Why don't you expand my memory? Are you talking about key storage in that it itself stores keys in a protected area? Or are you talking
like the Windows operating system has a KSP, and you'll see that a lot sometimes, maybe just like the Windows personal store for it. But there could also be within regex for different keys, or you said SQL Server.
Software stored. Like if I do
software keys,
I like to show it actually. I like to
you literally just type in certs, it'll pop up.
That's the one.
Yeah, there it is.
And hopefully you'll notice a shirt that doesn't belong here. I forget which machine is it. The one that says Evil CA. That's not right. But I run open SSL and I create ones. So on your trusted roots, I like to show these are. So you're at DigiCert, and when I got the DigiCert that signed the ISC2, it's not in this list. But when I looked at who signed that, I believe it was this one, DigiCert and that. So that everybody knows.
They had the G4, which is newer. Depends on your most recent operating system, because they'll prepackage these roots into it. And it might be for different trusts too. You might be running a different RSA root. Oh, there's the G4. Yeah.
I want to see something. I want to see if you learned your lesson. No, you're still at RSA.
Mm-hmm.
Why not elliptical curve?
We have it.
After SolarWinds, Microsoft went to elliptic curve. All the newer Microsofts are ECC.
There's a lot of applications that don't support ECC. I know we're kind of on a tangent, but I've stood up. We do, PK as a service, or if another company you'll need an RSA and an ECC root if you want enterprise global PKI, and you're going to have to usually package both identity certs with full trust chain to those different root types if you want it to be compatible across. So
it's been all elliptical curve since 2012. So I get that issue. People try to tell me, like, for instance, we're going to get really out of scope here, Larry. Stop doing it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, my bad.
No, but there's a protocol called Quick, and And I try to tell people this would be way better. All your blockchain protocols would stop doing TCP and move to Quick. And we're like, oh, but it's not supported everywhere. I go, does YouTube work there? Because if YouTube works there, it works. But people don't realize this is so much faster than TCP. It's a joke, but people still use TCP because of awareness. They just don't realize you could do it. All right, let's go back to the focus stuff. One thing that was on the test. TPM is not just for encryption confidentiality. Remember, encryption is about signing. On the exam for the last few years, they've had questions about which of the following things can detect kernel level malware. And it's not your antivirus. Antivirus is only as good as the kernel that gave it the key to open up your room. You need something below the kernel. Only TPM can take a snapshot, a hash of your trusted config, and then if the OS gets corrupted, go, no, that ain't right. Or a third-party device, a third. I was always put a sniffer on it and see what it says, but that's not the right answer to everything. All right, encryption, decryption. We know symmetric. I encrypt the data and I decrypt the data with the same key. With hashing, I use cryptographic math, but I can't dehash. Watch out for that. Nobody is reversing hashes. It's a lie. It's a phishing attack to get your password. If you ever see any of these tools, they're like, "Hey, put in a hash and we'll tell you what it is." They're trying to fish for stuff. But whatever the case is, you don't reverse hashes. It's truly one way. Asymmetric algorithms encrypt with the private, then you decrypt with the public. Well, what kind of encryption is that? That provides authenticity and non-repudiation. Encrypt with the public, decrypt with the private. That gives you confidentiality. We share keys confidentially. We sign things publicly. A system administrator is implementing security controls for a multi-user system. Which capability would best prevent one user's program from accessing another user's memory space? Said it more. But thank you. You're all getting it anyway. That's what it is. When I think of virtual machines, we always think of something like VMware or my VirtualBox. And these are virtual machines. You know what? The word started with me, but digital equipment, and then later Microsoft when they said, "Oh no, because in the old days, if you loaded your word processor, that's all you were loading that day. You didn't load Word and Lotus 1-2-3 at the same time. It took Windows 386 to be able to go, no, I can set up virtual machines. So that's what they're saying. It's a virtual memory segmentation. But everybody got it. Yep. What about in here, though? As long as I'm here, I know it's testable. What if somebody were to crack this hypervisor and from this guest be able to see this guest? I don't know that anyone's done it yet. I don't feel like wasting time looking it up, but it's called Hyperjack, and it's very testable.
We go through like a NAT or go through like the DHCP server, trying to figure out ways to get through it that way.
No, it would actually have to be a vulnerability in, say, in my case, in VMware or a VirtualBox that for some reason the hypervisor isn't providing isolation properly, and someone found a way through it.
Got it.
That's why Red Hat actually, they say by running things in different compartments, because even in the default of Red Hat still has 4,096 different compartments, that you could run every virtual machine in a different compartment. So even if somebody were to hack the hypervisor, Red Hat itself is still isolating that memory.
There's we use an environment called Cloud Share, not to be confused with DNS provider Cloudflare, but it's like a browser-based hypervisor kind of thing. You spin up VMs as need be. And I've thought about segmentation as a big time because it's not its own separate client, right? You're going to single database. It's interesting that this is coming up. I'm curious about that. I might do some pen testing on them.
The security architect is implementing a solution to ensure platform integrity during the boot process. Which security capability would be most effective for this purpose? Well, it could be done by, B does more of it. I think TPM can do the full disk encryption and more. Because how are we protecting the keys to the disk encryption? Suppose it's encrypted, but the key is available to whoever logs in. So TPM to me is a more holistic answer to this. And
if it's IoT, TPM is the baseline. Yeah.
An organization needs to protect sensitive data, both at rest and in transit. Which of the following capabilities would provide the most comprehensive protection? And some answers really are this vanilla. Don't get, all too stressed out, because what happens when you get questions like this, I said it earlier, you're so stressed out for the previous question, you think they're trying to trick you. And it's not, it really is, encryption. All right. This is a very long one. A lot of stuff going on here of security architecture, but client server. If you're hosting a server and like you're worried about, now remember how like our biggest attacks today are mostly either API or some input validation. The big attacks on AI are all prompt injection. And if you're expecting, like typically, someone says, enter in something here. So I go to whatever Walmart.com, put in your zip code, and we'll customize the results to meet you. Well, then they're obviously storing something, at least for that session. And maybe I can inject something else. So I'm going to try to manipulate input. If you want to control that from happening, are you controlling it the client? No, you got to control it the server. Really what happens is you go to a web server, which then feeds the information to a SQL server. But typically the attack happens at the web server. So we want to somehow secure the servers. Clients, of course, we have our issues with clients. Database systems are often distributed and they're hard to secure. One of the hardest things in database systems is where do you put it? I know the web server's got to be out in public access. How does the web server talk to the database server? And there's no right answer. There's better answers, depending on your needs. We talked about cryptography. We're going to do some more. Our SCADA systems, where we actually start, like where the software is manipulating machines, our industrial control systems. This is where a lot of like really physical damage stuff we worry about. A lot of my work actually started in 2001 doing penetration tests for the various power companies and noticing how vulnerable these systems can be. So anyway, distributed systems just mean it lives everywhere. You guys should know about the Internet of Things. I've got all kinds of stuff on my you know what's funny? When I would run a Nessus scan in my class or an Nmap scan, and people would see like 20 years ago, you have 7 machines at home? Now, if I were to run an Nmap scan here, I'd probably have 50 light bulbs, much less everything else. So it's a lot of stuff. It's really hard to. Way back, I usually show that during penetration testing. I love the Wayback Machine. We talk about microservices, containerization. Serverless, remember, is a form of platform that scales. It's a little stuff. Embedded systems, when they put the firmware, right in the device. So my light bulbs, and I always think about that. I may patch my laptops pretty regularly. I haven't patched my light bulb. I noticed various incarnations of Fire Sticks and Google Chrome. Some of them would auto patch. Some Alexas will auto patch. Some don't. The older ones you had to, and you're like, dude, I ran an SSK. Can you believe it? It didn't like the Chrome TV thing. High performance computing systems. I got to stay out of the weeds here, but I am such a fan of, obviously, I want AI and I want it to be free. And I am looking at, since I know, I'm going to impress you, Russ, because I'm really impressed with this guy's work, Hypercycle. I want to get in on this. So it's part of, actually, let me put it another way, because it's part of what's called decentralized personal DPIN crypto. Or was it DEPIN? Decentralized physical. So how can a decentralized AI compete with the likes of Microsoft and Azure with all their data centers? They have their own physical networks. Now we're trying to get these into the hands of people so we can all contribute our processing power to make high performance computing. It's really neat. Ross, what Hypercycle does is basically, and they're the only ones that turns, like a TLS turns the internet into something, it adds crypto to it. This adds blockchain to it. It turns it into, without the requirement of maintaining a ledger. Ledgers are important in some cases, but it's not important everywhere. And now a ledgerless blockchain far faster than any blockchain can be, and it adds integrity and authenticity to the internet.
So Web3 version of PKI of TLS essentially. Yeah.
Yeah, really. Of TLS. I called it TLS version 2.0. That's exactly what I'm trying. I've been in talks with the guy. I want him to run it over quick. That's where my contribution is. I want it to run over quick. Anyway, all right. So we know what this. We know what client systems are, and we know how hard it is, especially to bring your own device and maintaining these things. I would expect, especially on mobile devices, to see MDM to help us maintain our policies and stuff. Oops. Server-based systems, I think if you're in this class, you know what it is. But we've got all kinds of, we've got to update them and stuff. And whenever possible, I prefer not to manage this stuff. So unless you're working for the cloud provider, I really like to pull them out. Now, address the OWASP top 10 risks. Let's take a quick look, because OWASP is usually, at least the name and what they show is usually very testable.
Yeah, it's another great resource, not to, just for everybody. In addition to the books, I think many books refer to the top 10, but it's best to go to the website to check out their latest set of top 10 for API security, as well as for software development security. And the way we would really recommend you to use this information is tell ChatGPT to give you CISSP questions based on the OWASP top 10 and what the CISSP should know in that scenario. And really, if you think about the exam, that's exactly what they do. We might not know what the real questions are, but this is what they're looking for in a CISSP, is you should be able to figure out how to mitigate risks that are very real and present today. To use your AI prompts and the latest information to test yourself, and then drill down into your weaker areas and build up on that.
Yeah, absolutely. They also have top 10 cloud risk. This one's directly testable. A couple of things on here might be. But they also have now the top LLM risks too as well. So they have a few things. And we talked about injection. Generally, you're injecting just extra information. The first buffer overflows that would be by accident. You'd like lean on the keyboard. You'd fill up the stack, overwrite the pointer, and it would just be beep, 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 and you have to reboot the machine. A buffer overflows first, a thing typically results in as a denial of service. Then they decided that you could inject code. But we could also inject code through, like, say I go to Walmart.com and ask me to put in my zip code. And I don't put in my zip code. I put in some script and then it runs it. And well, if it was a malicious script, I'd hit myself with it. So in order for that type of attack, where when you put the information, it immediately runs it and it reflects back at you, the reflected cross-site script, I actually got to create some type of phishing attack to get somebody else to click on something that has them authenticate, go to Walmart and put in that thing. But it's a cross-site script. It's one way to do it. Another way to do it is if I go to guitars.com, what'd you think of the Gibson robot? And I leave a review. The Walmart's going to lose my zip code as soon as I leave. But if I leave a review of that guitar, it's going to be stored there. So I could store that cross-site script, and anytime somebody read that review, they would run that. So, and then of course, injecting code. Did the thing come back in? Oh yeah, finally. So as long as we're looking here, let's go for injection. Injection. And today there are 22,677 known vulnerabilities and it could be there's a external entity injection, multiple interfaces on wireless bridge. They could lead to remote commands. So they're injecting code. They're injecting commands, and it's running it. What's your zip code? This command. Oh, okay. Existing the web interface. I always hear about SQL. Here's a SQL. How many of the Mars SQL. Why do I see so many SQL injections on the CISSP study guides and stuff? Boy, it really is slow. I'm willing to bet that probably, let's see, 22. I'm going to say at least 1,700, at least three-quarters of it. 15. Still more than half. There's a lot of injection, but most of them are SQL injection. And that's why it shows up. All right, so there's all kinds of database systems out there. NoSQL is not like we're not using SQL. It's not only. A lot of these are Merkle tree-based stuff that's out of scope to talk about here, but it's pretty cool. That's how we're doing big data analytics. You know, they do have. There's a question on data lakes, and they're often using NoSQL database to pull them up to pull the information out. Anyway, we'll come to that. But there's whatever. I've got to make sure that it's secure, that we're mitigating SQL injection attacks, yada, yada, yada. They used to beat up databases a lot. I'm not going to beat them up. Cryptographic systems, though, obviously very important. We did quite a bit of it yesterday in introduction, but we know there's only 3 algorithm types. Symmetric, and the only one that's street legal today is AES. I don't know how you're going to be running encryption today unless you're doing that cha-cha that I've never seen anybody use right now. But right now, that's the only one, any client handshake. This was, I thought you weren't going to go there. I am. I already sniffed it. This is not a new sniff. It's not the same. TLS dot handshake. And when a client does a handshake, the client announces what algorithms it supports. And this particular client, this client knew 16 different things, but every symmetric cipher is either that cha-cha or it's AES. So I know that when you're reading other people's CISSP study guides, they might list at least a dozen. Oh, you've got blowfish, you've got the twofish, you've got DES, you've got the triple DES. No one cares anymore. I mean, I actually do like twofish. I even like blowfish, Bush and things, but they're not street legal. You're not going to be accredited. The asymmetric algorithms are the ones that are bound to an identity. The only point is to make sure that either only Bob gets the AES key, that's key agreement, or only Bob could have created that hash in that sign. Hashing is just integrity. Now, the applications could be many. We've got whatever, PLS probably accounts for more than half the encryption there. But there's all kinds of stuff that does it. I can have an application that actually encrypts the file. I could have the application carries a clear text, but it gets encrypted when it goes over a TLS conversation, or when I VPN over IPsec, or even at layer 2, when I connect my Wi-Fi to my access point, everything's encrypted at layer 2. Of course, it gets decrypted at the access point. The weak systems and algorithms are rarely that the algorithm got cracked. It's usually an implementation problem. Heartbleed had nothing to do with the algorithm. It was all an implementation problem. Sometimes. And they want us to know about quantum. I don't believe it's ever going to happen, but we know it only affects the identity keys. And we already have a solution for that. So your friend is trying to tell you that your Bitcoin isn't safe, doesn't know what he's talking about. It's fine. Operational control, ICS again. This is some very tough stuff, and we're closing up here. Again, people hack a system and can shut down the power. We're worried about that. There's only 3 power grids in the United States. East of the Mississippi, west of the Mississippi, and Texas gets their own. As I'm a very optimistic guy, but I also anticipate the next 4 years before we get general AI, we're going to have super powerful narrow AIs that are used for narrow purposes. And maybe it's an accident or malicious, but whatever the case, I'm expecting more issues, And when I was doing the power, I was doing stuff, and I said, could you imagine if power was out for a week, what would happen? And it was for the Marines, and they looked at each other and like, should we tell them? Well, they said, we use the number of 24 hours. If power, one of these grids was out for 24 hours, we assume chaos. And it could happen. We're here to ensure it doesn't, and if it does, we limit the impact and the likelihood. That's our job. All right, let's not beat you up with too many technical things, but at a very basic level, if I maintain the infrastructure, the hardware and the operating, the hypervisors, that's infrastructure as a service. Azure and AWS, big things. If I also maintain the operating systems, the middleware, the SQL servers, the DNSs, that's platform. This comes in a lot of different flavors. If you do scalability as well, it's also serverless, whatever. When I'm using Dropbox, Dropbox to me is software as a service. Dropbox is a PaaS customer of AWS. It's common knowledge. Most SaaS providers are PaaS customers. Zoom as well. Zoom does not maintain. They're also, I think, still at AWS. All right. And then you can deploy it publicly the way I do. That's Azure and all. A private, the Navy might maintain their own, or a hybrid. And it is common knowledge. This is important if you're going to do cloud bursting. So that's if you have it on-prem local, that would be considered your own. And then if it goes beyond, hey, our needs just went up, let's use AWS, that's called cloud bursting. Whatever. All right, any security, we know the shared access model. Bring your own key. Not everybody lets you, but that's the goal, that's the trend. Don't trust them. And of course, you're responsible for making sure who's used there. And actually, their security considerations, I'll say most cloud providers are very good, probably better than your team are at compliance, public clouds. All right, and the top associated risks, same thing. I still say it's this. You might argue vendor lock-in. They're the only ones that support that. I think we should stop now. We pause the recording.